Hello, everybody. We are back to the IAD 2026 30-hour live stream. ACEs never, ever, 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 ever sleep above and beyond. We are here now with Luciella, who is going to tell us about anti-asexual conversion practices in Australia and across the world. Hi, Luciella.
Hey, Kate. Hey, everyone. Happy International Asexuality Day.
Thank you. And it has been International Asexuality Day here in Australia for many hours. We're almost the first country to get it. So Luciella is all set up, ready to go. So I am going to leave them to do their thing. Oh, that's not right. That is right. That is what we want. Okay. Add your screen and let's go. Thank you, Luciella.
Fantastic. I can see my slides. That is always a great start. I'm really excited to be back at the stream again this year. I was here last year talking a bit about asexual history or asexual and aromantic history. Today's a bit more of a serious topic, but hopefully still really interesting, focusing a bit more on the E and ACEs, the education part of International Asexuality Day. So this is going to be a presentation around conversion practices and what they are, how to recognise them, and what we can do about them. Because I'm dialing in from Australia, also called Australia, I'd like to begin with an acknowledgement of country. So I would like to acknowledge that I'm dialing in today from the lands of the Boonwurrung people of the Kulin Nation. I pay my respects to the elders past and present and recognise that sovereignty was never ceded, and this always was and always will be Aboriginal land. So I am an ARO-ACE researcher, advocate and activist based in Naarm, Melbourne, Australia. I kind of wear a lot of different hats from time to time. As I said, I was here last year talking about asexual and aromantic history. I have actually created an exhibition on asexual and aromantic history, which you can access. You can see the link on screen right now to my itch.io page. I'd really encourage if anyone wants to take a look at that, please do take a look at that. You can also find me on social media, Blue Sky, Instagram, at Luciella ES, or you can send me an email. As I said, today my topic is about anti-asexual conversion practices. So that kind of needs its own trigger warning. So I guess warning that this session is going to go into a lot of detail around what those are, what they might look like, what the ideology itself looks like. So just be aware that, that can be a little bit triggering for people. So please take care of yourself. If you need to jump off at any time, please do so. If you need to access support I'm sure is available. Please look at what's available for your country. I was the first person back in 2022 to make a report under the Victorian legislation against change and suppression, also known as conversion practices. So talking a bit about that and a little bit more around the context of them. So here's the agenda for today, talking about what's conversion ideology. So a conversion practice is based on conversion ideology. So I'm going to talk quickly about what that ideology itself looks like, and then I'm going to talk more around what conversion practices look like. Then we're going to look at the law and what the law says about it, both the Victoria Australian law, which is where I'm from, and also some of the other countries around the world which have or have not implemented similar laws. I'm going to talk a bit about how this specifically applies to asexuality, recognizing, of course, the fact that although today is International Asexuality Day, conversion practices can target people from all across the LGBTQIA+ acronym and beyond. So, if you are a transgender, homo-romantic, asexual person, you've got the interesting experience of potentially being targeted for practices because you're transgender, because you are gay, because you're asexual, or even because of those interactions. And we're going to finish by talking about, we're going to also talk about the prevalence of those practices, both again within Australia and across the world, and talk about what we can do. And yes, I love this little image. I will say this is not my image, but this is borrowed from a group over in the Netherlands. If asexuality is an illness, I'm calling in asexual to work. I am actually taking tomorrow off from work, so I guess I'm calling in asexual to watch this stream. So it's good timing, really. Cool. All right. So as I said, going to begin by talking about the ideology and kind of where it comes from. Goes back quite a long way. So if you look all the way back to the 12th and 13th century of Western Europe, there were some pretty significant social changes happening at that time. Power was becoming a lot more consolidated and centralized. So during the early medieval period, it was kind of the situation was, yes, there was hierarchy. Yes, there were kings. Yes, there were nobles. But the average person could kind of do whatever they wanted within reason. There's a lot less kind of control over kind of how people lived their lives. So whereas what was happening during this particular period of the 12th and 13th century was an increased level of intolerance, and increased social boundaries. And that was happening across Western Europe, across all different parts of the population. This is where we see an emergence of homophobia. This is where we see an emergence of sexism. This is where we see emerging anti-Semitism, Islamophobia. If you want to read more about this general period, I've put a book there as a recommendation from R.I. Moore, The Formation of a Persecuting Society. But the other key thing that was happening around that time was a growth in church literature, especially regarding sexuality and what was permitted, what was prohibited. And as part of that, we see the emergence of this idea of marital debt. So what marital debt is essentially the idea that the primary purpose of a marriage is sex, essentially. So, and specifically it's permitted sex, because all sex outside of a marriage is not permitted. And as a result, if you're in a marriage, the idea of marital debt is that you owe your partner sex whenever they want it, and they can demand it from you whenever they want it. And this idea is a Western idea, but kind of spread throughout the idea across the world over time, because obviously through colonization. So this idea goes back a long way. And even though technically we've kind of moved away from it and more towards ideas of things like marital rape, which is, in a marriage, you still need to consent to sex. Whereas marital debt is really the opposite idea, where if you're in a marriage, consent is assumed. So this is the background. Over in the 20th century, this kind of shifted. So the church was slowly losing power over time. Psychiatry was emerging, and the earliest form of psychiatry was this thing called phrenology, which is essentially about the idea that everything that goes through, every thought and every emotion that you have has a physical place in your body, and that place is in the brain. So effectively, anything that you feel emotionally or even sexually is something that potentially could be cured. This is kind of the basis behind psychiatry. And yeah, so at this time, they had this idea of amativeness, which is effectively sexual attraction or lust, or a lot of other kind of words that were less kind of flattering than what we think now is sexual attraction as being this kind of good thing across the world. At the time, sexual attraction was kind of seen as like something that needed to be controlled. And yes, as said in that comment, phrenology was a pseudoscience, absolutely, and it was highly racist, extremely racist. So the assumption obviously being that certain races have certain traits more than others. And it's important to note that that racist pseudoscience, again, is the basis of a lot of modern science. So as I said, the idea that sex is inherently bad kind of changed over time. So especially around kind of the 60s and 70s onwards. So there was a burst in literature around sexology, especially in the US. In Australia at the time, we had some pretty harsh censorship laws. So our sexual revolution looked quite differently to what was going on over in the US at the time. The other big thing that happened specifically in the 80s, and that's why I've got this news clipping here, was obviously the AIDS crisis, which again was quite different depending on where you lived at the time. But for a lot of the world, there were a lot of narratives around, sex is bad, sex is wrong, sex is dangerous. And effectively, if you have sex, you will die. And a lot of people push back from that, quite rightly. And I want to be clear as well. So obviously, we've recently experienced the COVID-19 pandemic, which is ongoing. COVID-19 moved very, very quickly. It was identified in 2019. There was a vaccine as early as 2021. And AIDS was very, very different. HIV/AIDS moved very, very slowly over time. So imagine there is over a decade in which you are being told sex is wrong, sex is bad, sex is dangerous. What kind of come out of that was the idea that no, sex really is important. Sex is compulsory. And what kind of sprang from that was the World Association for Sexual Health's Declaration on Sexual Rights, where they said sexuality is a central aspect of being human throughout life. There's not necessarily any malice in this, but that was kind of the idea at the time. Sexuality is so important, so central. And of course, the other thing that kind of arose was the industry around HSDD and the sale of sexual medicine. I won't go into this too much because we've got a whole separate session talking about the medicalization of asexuality. But essentially, this was more of a profit-driven as opposed to a moral-driven or thinking about kind of the meaning of sex. And the last thing I'll kind of touch on in terms of ideology is the idea that asexuality is kind of this existential threat in a way. And I've taken a screenshot here from a video game, actually, which is Death Stranding, which talks about this kind of Japanese cultural association between asexuality and the population dying out, essentially. So obviously, a population is made up of a lot of things, one of which is birth rates, one of which is death rates, one of which is immigration. So to a certain extent, when you have a lot of media around the birth rate, also question why there is not so much media around immigration, or kind of the association between those two terms. But this is kind of a bit of an overview of conversion ideology. So it comes from a few sources, as I've said. Intolerance of diversity, this idea of marital debt, anti-sex narratives and the backlash to those, bad science, which sometimes is quite well-intentioned science, sometimes is not, for-profit healthcare, and then this last point here, which is about population politics and eugenics policies, which has two sides to it, one of which is the measures designed to increase the size of a population group. The other side of eugenics is measures designed to decrease the size of a population group, which also has a bit of a backlash to it when people talk about, groups that have historically experienced genocide or forcible displacement, feeling this kind of existential need and this kind of discouragement towards identifying as asexual. So that's where the ideology itself comes from. Now let's talk about conversion practices. You might have heard words like conversion therapy, aversion therapy, reparative therapy, gender exploratory therapy. I don't use these terms, as a lot of kind of experts in this field prefer not to, because conversion practices are not therapeutic. In some cases, they might not even look therapy-like. So those terms are not necessarily preferred, even though they are probably a bit better known than the term conversion practice. You might also hear things like change or suppression practice. You might hear sexual orientation and gender identity change efforts. There's a lot of different terminology for it, but essentially it's describing the same thing. So what is a conversion practice? So any practice in any setting which aims to change, eliminate, suppress, or overcome, and I've added the word overcome to this definition, a person's orientation, gender identity, or their expression of that orientation or gender identity, which is based on the false belief that their orientation or gender identity can and should be changed or limited, or that they can and should suppress or overcome it. And this is regardless of whether the person consents or not. Conversion practices may take a lot of forms. So that might include medical malpractice, whether it's in psychiatry, psychology, also here in gynecology as well, a lot of people have these kind of experiences. Prayer sessions, exorcism, so religious practices, especially for anti-gay practices, counseling, chaplaincy, coaching or education, in some cases corrective rape, sexual assault or forced marriage, physical harm or torture in rare cases. And I do say in rare cases, and I think there was a comment as well talking about torture. Conversion practices psychologically are a form of torture, but it's important to note that they often don't look like torture. And the reason why I kind of flag that is people often have quite a narrow idea of what's included in a conversion practice, but all of them are harmful, regardless of whether they look harmful or not. Important things to know. They are all harmful, as I said. They are deceptive and they are completely unnecessary. They are not therapeutic and they might not even look therapy-like. So if you saw those list earlier as the things I was talking about, many of those things don't even look like therapy. Again, they can resemble torture, but they usually don't. They may target internal characteristics such as your sexual orientation, but they also may target external behaviors such as sexual activity. So in particular, when you talk about ex-gay organizations, a lot of those began by saying it was possible to cure homosexuality, which it is not. Over time, they kind of morphed into, well, we can't change it, but we can become celibate. So in the same sense, as an asexual person, a lot of these practices might look like, well, sure, you're asexual, but you can still have sex. They may take a lot of different forms in many different settings, but they share a common ideology. And the following are generally viewed as separate, but they are related. So hate crimes, which again are really, really violent and queerphobic, but they're not necessarily on the basis of trying to change you, if that makes sense. Hate speech or disinformation. So a conversion practice is the ideology plus the practice. So if it's just the hate speech or disinformation, it is an issue. I'm not saying it's not, but that's generally not considered a conversion practice. And the last point that's generally considered out of scope is non-consensual medical interventions on intersex babies and children. Again, that is a serious issue. The reason why it's generally considered separate to conversion practices is there are potentially certain circumstances where an intersex person might consent to those sorts of practices, especially if they are transgender, as an example, and that might be gender affirming care. So whereas a conversion practice is effectively what we say there is you cannot ever consent to that. So in terms of law, some laws have banned conversion practices, but many countries haven't. So this is a map here I've taken straight from Wikipedia. This is about a year old, so it's not necessarily completely up to date. It's not necessarily completely accurate, but this is a relatively good indication of kind of how many countries have put laws in place to address conversion practices versus how many have not done that yet. So as you can see here, parts of Australia have laws against it. Parts of the US have laws against it. Those laws are not kind of applied across the entire country. They apply across parts of the country. A number of other countries, those laws apply across the field. I believe that's the case in Vietnam as an example. Some countries, although they have banned certain practices, they have not banned all conversion practices. So for example, they may only ban practices occurring in medical settings or by medical professionals. It may or may not include minors. In some cases, it may take consent into consideration, even though best practice here is that we don't keep, that we kind of recognize the fact that consent is impossible in the context of conversion practices because they are so harmful and so deceptive. The other issue with some of these laws is that they don't necessarily include asexuality in all cases, although in some cases, potentially you can still use them and you can still report as an asexual person, which has been my experience. So I'm going to talk specifically around Victoria, Australia. So that's where I'm from. And it's generally considered to have one of the one of the best laws kind of in the world when it comes to conversion practices. So part of the reason for that is that it's not limited to a specific setting or age group. Expressly states that consent is irrelevant. There are some issues with it in terms of there is an exemption for health service providers. There's also a requirement that it needs to be directed towards a person. So, which means, for example, if I make a report as an advocate about a practice that I have noticed, again, as a third party, they are kind of limited in terms of the, so the Victorian Equal Opportunity and Human Rights Commission are kind of limited in the way that they can act on those reports. Which is an issue because a lot of people take a really, really long time to get to the point where you can actually make a report about a practice that's occurred to you. And so when we look at the definition of sexual orientation here, it says it means a person's emotional, affectional, and sexual attraction to or intimate or sexual relations with persons of a different gender or the same gender or more than one gender. So to some extent, talks about kind of romantic attraction versus sexual attraction as well as sexual behavior. But it doesn't talk about the fact that people might not be attracted to any genders. So in practice, they have read this to mean that asexual and aromantic people are intended to be included, but potentially we can still kind of work to improve that fact. So in line with the fact that that asexuality is kind of intended to be included in this legislation, there is actually a case study on the Victorian Equal Opportunity and Human Rights Commission's website where they talk about an asexual non-binary person and their story of experiencing conversion practice. So I'm going to read out this story. I told my therapist that I was queer. My therapist told me that there were other reasons why I felt this way. They told me that I was not in fact asexual or non-binary and that it can be worked on. It can be fixed. I was told that if I worked on it, I would be able to engage in sexuality as a normal person. Nothing changed over time, and it was harmful to hear that something that was deeply part of me had another origin that could be fixed. It took me time to finally accept who I am and to flourish. So again, this is a real story of a real person. The names and the faces have been changed for it. But this is kind of story that I have heard all the time from asexual and aromantic people. I have my own experience of trying to get help, more from a GP than from a therapist, but you hear this story quite a lot. So it's probably more common than you would think. Now, as I said, I made a report under the Act, and it was to do with a medical trial conducted by Monash University and Evoca Bio, where they were trialing a nasal spray to boost libido. Kind of advertise this as they do a lot of these types of practices where they talk about Viagra for women, which I think is really interesting. And part of why I think that's really interesting is this diagram here, where they have an image of the brain with a circle on it and talk about Viagra for women. Someone is a little bit confused about the parts of the body that Viagra for men treats, possibly, or maybe there's a bit of confusion about the female equivalent of that organ. But essentially, this was a medical trial attempting to help women to want more sex, which, you know, I read as an anti-asexual practice. And the good news is it was kind of read that way by the Victorian Equal Opportunity and Human Rights Commission. They saw, you know, even they haven't specifically used the word asexual in their media, in their marketing of this trial. It's effectively talking about curing the fact that you are not interested in sex or that you are not experiencing sexual attraction. But the primary issue with this was that it was not directed at me as an individual. And to answer the question there, no, this is not flibanserin/Adayi, but this is another medication which thankfully did not succeed. But the issue, as I said, with this report was that I was not directly targeted. But potentially if you made a report in future, or if you were someone that signed up for this trial and later regretted it, or realized that it might have been a conversion practice, potentially you might be able to report that, and potentially something could be able to be done about that one. Now, the good thing that I do always need to share this graph whenever I talk about that particular trial. So that medical trial did not succeed in the end. And this is a really satisfying graph of their share price of the company that tried to sell it. So apologies for the vindictiveness, but I really cannot help myself on this one. But, you know, medical trials like this happen a lot of the time. In fact, there is another one happening right now in Australia, again in Victoria, which theoretically has the world's strongest law against conversion practices. So really, we need to be doing something about this. And I do think that, you know, here in Victoria in particular, we are well placed to do something about it. And if you have a similar law where you live, make use of it. So about the prevalence of conversion practices next. The short answer here is that we don't really know how prevalent conversion practices are for a few different reasons. The first is around low awareness and some incorrect assumptions about what is and is not a conversion practice. So, yeah, I mean, especially when it comes to the word conversion therapy, people often have a quite limited idea about what is included in that. And, you know, if it doesn't look like therapy, would you still recognize it as a conversion practice? They take many forms in many settings. And, you know, if you focus on the setting itself, you're only going to catch a small subset of the data. The other issue is a lot of people are not willing to disclose, or may have delays in disclosure. Potentially, sometimes that's because they don't recognize it as a practice, or they actually feel grateful for it. Again, like these trials that exist right now, or these medicines that exist right now trying to treat HSDD, I really do think that down the line, a lot of these people are going to realize that this was not okay. In the same sense that, you know, there are a lot of anti-gay and ex-gay practices that went on for many years, and it took many years for people to say that that is not okay. Not all practitioners advertise what they do. So, you know, again, part of this is just the word asexual versus HSDD or low libido and so on. But also when it comes to therapists that tell you to fix your asexuality, a lot of that time, that's not going to be on their website. And in some cases, they might even specifically hide the fact that they provide conversion practices, especially when it comes to LGBT conversion practices. I think less so when it comes to asexuality, because there is still that kind of social acceptance of it. But, you know, when it comes to anti-trans, anti-LGBT practices, a lot of those are quite secret. And most research to date has focused on cis gay men, which is not necessarily a criticism because there is so little research at all. But what that means is kind of when people write legislation banning conversion practices, a lot of the time the conversion practices they're thinking about are religious practices, because that is the primary kind of conversion practice that currently targets cis gay men. Whereas I think for asexuals and potentially also for transgender people, those practices might occur more in health settings. And yeah, in a number of other settings that might not be traditionally considered. Not to say that they can't also take place in religious settings, but that might not be the primary case for asexual people. So we do have a little bit of data. The first is from the UK National LGBT Survey 2018, where this specifically asked about experiences of conversion therapy. So again, that may or may not be the right term when it comes to a survey like this. But what is interesting about that, so asexual people were roughly as likely as gay and lesbian people to say that they had undergone or had an experience of conversion practices, but they were much more likely to say that they were offered it, and also significantly more likely to say that they didn't actually know whether they had experienced it or not. And again, I think that comes down to the idea that we kind of have a bit more of an idea now about what an anti-gay practice looks like. Not to say that there isn't issues there with people not understanding kind of how it might have changed over time. But I do think that there is less awareness about what anti-asexual practices might look like. So the other source I have is the ACE Community Survey of 2022. And as a researcher, I did actually ask if I could get a copy of the raw data, and that was generously provided to me. So, which means I was able to drill into it a little bit more. The report itself, or the summary version of it, is available online, so definitely take a look. Now, they asked a couple of different questions about conversion therapy. The first three specifically use the word conversion or reparative therapy for an ace identity. 7.8% of people said that they had been advised to undergo conversion or reparative therapy for an ace identity. When it asked, have you been offered conversion or reparative therapy for an ace identity, 3.1% said yes. The next question was, have you undergone conversion or reparative therapy for an ace identity? Only 0.5% said yes to that question, which I think is quite low. And partially the reason why I think that is very low is this next section, this next question here, which did not ask about conversion or reparative therapy at all, but said, have you ever experienced attempts or suggestions for how to fix or cure you? And again, thinking back to the definition of a conversion practice, it is any practice in any setting, which is based on this idea that we need to be fixing a person's orientation or their expression of that orientation or gender identity. So 43% said that they had experienced attempts to fix or cure them. 11% said that they weren't sure, and less than half said that they had not experienced that. So to me, that says that even that figure on the previous slide, when we talked about conversion therapy, even that to me is a really big underestimate in terms of the prevalence of these practices. So as I said, I have a copy of this data, thankfully, so I was able to drill into it a little bit more. So the first kind of area where I looked at was age group, and whether there was any kind of variance based on age. So I think kind of relatively obvious here, people who were under 18 were much less likely to say that they had experienced a conversion practice, or I'm saying conversion practice here to mean this question here about attempts or suggestions to fix or cure them. In terms of other groups, there was much less variance. It kind of increased over age, potentially because you have more life experience and potentially more exposure or more time when you could have experienced these practices. But wasn't necessarily a close relation there. So there's, it's not necessarily anything you can draw from that. By gender, cisgender men were less likely to say that they had experienced a conversion practice, which again, I wouldn't see this as male privilege. I would see this as the fact that for men, the experience is often less about fixing a person and often more like, you are lying, you couldn't possibly be ace, or you're only saying you're ace because you're secretly gay. Whereas I think for women, we are more likely to be targeted by medical professionals saying, no, don't worry, we can fix that. So that's kind of the dynamic around gender roles. But the other thing I'll say on this is that there isn't actually as much difference as I thought there would be between genders. So yes, men were more likely to say that they hadn't experienced a conversion practice, but it's not as huge a difference. I thought it would be larger. And the other thing is in terms of sort of cisgender versus transgender, again, relatively little difference. Transgender men and transgender women as well was quite similar, which I thought was interesting. Obviously, it's quite individual to the transgender person, what their experience has been like when they came out as asexual versus when they came out as transgender. And I understand as well that like, some people who do transition have experiences along the way of professionals saying, for example, refusing them access to HRT on the basis that they don't experience sexual attraction. So there are kind of layers to this, but it's not necessarily simple as kind of male versus female or transgender versus cis. Now, here's the interesting one. So nationality, I have two graphs on nationality. The first has a minimum sample size of 100 people. The second one has a minimum sample size of 20 people. I kind of said, if you have less than 20 responses from any given country, we can't really read into that data very much because it's such a small group. In this survey, the bulk of the responses came from America. Australia had about 300 responses. America, I believe, had several thousand, something like 6,000. So it's a pretty big difference in terms of the response rate. But there's also a pretty big difference here when you look at kind of the degree to which people experience conversion practice in different cultures. And it does seem to me that there is a pretty strong political/cultural element to this. So here is the bigger graph that I promised. Again, take this with a grain of salt because some of these countries did have a very small response rate, anywhere from 20 to 100 to several thousand if you're the US. Based on this data, you can see Singapore is, you could look at it as kind of potentially the best place in the world to be asexual from that perspective, where a little bit over 20% of people said that they had experienced a change or suppression practice, a conversion practice. Finland also close to the top, France, Chile. So shout out to the aces from Chile. Down at the bottom, we have Israel. And this is from 2022 again, in case that date, just to give a bit of context to that date. We have Israel, we have Hungary, and some of the worst places to be asexual, or areas, I guess, where there is a lot of this kind of sentiment about fixing or curing people that are asexual. Australia, top third, US, bottom third, UK, pretty much in the middle. But it is really interesting looking at this because, as I said, it does seem that there is a very strong political and cultural element to it. So what can we do about it? So the way I kind of think about it is systems have a lot of layers, like onions. We have a really big problem, and as we kind of work it down, we have kind of several small problems as well. So the really big problem here is around the ideology itself. Until we address that ideology, anti-asexual practices will not go away. The second point here is around laws. Laws against conversion practices do work, and I'll expand on that in a moment. But even though the reporting process isn't always great, and like there are some issues with it, yes, systems are ogres, confirmed. It has actually been really effective, especially when it comes to actually shutting down anti-gay associations in Australia, which many operated very, very recently, much more recently than you might think. So we do want laws, and we want to make use of those laws when we have them. The third point here is around the operational needs. So in order to actually run a conversion practice, you need to have practitioners, you need to have customers, you need to have venues, you need to have funding, you potentially need a business registration, you need a website, you need media support. So we can kind of look at those support structures and see what we can do about those. And there's the last point here, which may or may not get me in trouble, because it's true, but it is a bit personal. Professor Susan Davis of Monash University has personally managed every recorded HSDD-related medical trial in Australia. So she lives she works a few hours from where I live. And so this is kind of personal for me. She's acted as a consultant to Lawley Pharmaceuticals, which is the creator of androphene. This androphene is one of the leading medications that are now prescribed to treat HSDD, along with flibanserin, which was briefly mentioned earlier. Lawley Pharmaceuticals itself is based in Perth, which Australia. So that is also based not in a jurisdiction that has laws against conversion practices, but still within reach for me as an Australian. And she authored the Global Consensus Statement on the use of testosterone therapy for women. So we've kind of got a few layers to this. So I'm going to talk about each of them. But I do want to talk about this building on the side here, which is Monash University Women's Health Research Program, 553 St Kilda Road, Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. This is not anyone's home address for the avoidance of doubt. This is a facility which is currently running a medical trial on curing HSDD. So, you know, all of these big picture issues that I've been talking about, they have physical places, and there are things that we can do about them. So, as I said, the first layer is really around ACE awareness and raising ACE joy. So one of the issues we have is that people assume that asexuality is kind of a miserable prospect, right? And that's what drives a lot of people to actually seek out anti-asexual practices for themselves. So it's not always a case of someone externally bringing a practice onto them. Sometimes it's people signing up. In fact, often it's people signing up for trials or for medication or for therapy. So we really need to spread this idea that asexuality is not miserable. And we need to raise awareness that asexuality exists and is not a dysfunction. So this really, like, I think everyone on this stream really can do a lot around asexual advocacy work. And kind of that's the easiest, that's the fun part of it. Then we get into the slightly less fun part, which is legislation and regulation. Now, back in 2018, there was a media report that there were 10 Australian, so there are 10 ex-gay or anti-gay groups operating conversion therapy / conversion practice organisations in Australia. Those have almost all shut down. Potentially one is still operating. I did a little bit of research on this recently, trying to find, who is left. But most of them have shut down their website. They've shut down their operation. So if anyone asks whether or not the law works, the law absolutely works. This next point here. So the Australian Christian lobby is quoted as saying the act has led to widespread self-censorship, which they're really upset about that fact, but I'm pretty thrilled. Essentially means that, we need to ensure that people are not promoting anti-gay, anti-trans, anti-asexual practices. So, if they are self-censoring, I'm really happy about that. I know censorship is a really scary word, but in this context, I'm pretty damn happy. Now, as I said, there are some issues with the reporting system, especially around the fact that if it's an indirect report, right now there's not a lot that the Victorian Equal Opportunity Human Rights Commission can do about that. But we should still make use of that, and we should still get people to explain why it does not, why they won't be doing anything. And yes, I agree with the comment in the chat. Sorry, I'm just kind of flipping back and forth between the chat. Despite legislation, some people will still try. That is true, but legislation is really powerful in terms of kind of shutting off the means to actually operate these practices. So yes, it's not perfect, but it does a lot. So the other point I'll just raise on this one, so the Victorian Act is actually currently under review. So that's kind of one of the things that I've been focusing on recently. Submissions are closed for that, unfortunately, but I put in a submission, a number of other groups put in a submission. And yeah, I'm really quite hopeful that we will get some better outcomes out of that. So next slide here is around working with the system. As I said, you can make a complaint right now if you are living in a location that has some sort of legislation or regulation, whether that is a formal complaints process, like I've shown here. This is from the website of the Victorian Act. There are a number of other places across the world that have similar legislation. Again, don't assume it doesn't include you. Even if you look at the legislation, you see it doesn't include asexual people, get them to explain to you why it doesn't. And in some cases, potentially they'll say, well, it's intended to include asexual people, so we're going to look into it anyway. You can also call on health regulators. So in Australia, we have an organisation called the Australian Health Practitioner Regulator Authority, I think is that acronym. They have recently sanctioned an anti-trans psychiatrist and said you are no longer allowed to post on social media. That's fantastic. That has nothing to do with the Act, the Change and Suppression Practices Act, but that's really great news. So, that was an anti-trans practitioner. I'm sure we can make similar reports in terms of anti-asexual practices. Yes, unfortunately, they did not remove their license. So there's more that can be done there, but that is a really good start. So definitely work within these bodies where you can, because, part of the good news is they already have jobs and they have funding and they have time that they can dedicate to fighting these bodies for you. Whereas, I'm an unpaid advocate outside of my day. Well, my day job is not in advocacy. My outside of my day job is in advocacy, and I don't get paid for it. In some cases, lawsuits is another one. So I know in China, there is no law against conversion practices, but some individuals have launched lawsuits and have been successful in those lawsuits. That hasn't really resulted in an overall kind of overhaul of the system. But, you can work within these systems, especially, I'm not saying everyone can launch a lawsuit, but if you have the means and the ability to launch a lawsuit, that is fantastic as well. It's about doing a whole heap of things all at once. There's not just one strategy. Next point here. So this is a really fantastic diagram from a place called the Commons Library, which is essentially, it's an online library of all different advocate activism resources. So not specific to asexuality or aromanticism, but talk about all different sorts of advocacy. And kind of this idea here around pillars of support is that a system is held up by a number of other systems. So whether that's as shown here, the media, businesses, unions, police, civil service. So by pulling those supports away from the system, and when they say pulling, this is less about kind of shoving them and trying to break down these systems. It's more about convincing them to work with you and to not support the system of oppression. So when I think of pillars of support for anti-asexual practices, I think, for example, Monash University, which is the institution that is running a lot of these medical trials, that is funding them, that is doing human, if I got the right acronym there, ethics reviews of medical trials. It is also interacting with the media. Speaking of the media, we can also interact and provide additional information about, how to better report on these trials, how to potentially put an ACE perspective in those. What's that comment there? It's the lack of expression. So just addressing that comment that's on the screen now. So a lot of places, what I've found is that they're not actually opposed to including asexual people. They just don't think about us. So when you actually reach out and have a conversation, a lot of the time they actually are quite willing to listen to you. I'm going to jump ahead of my list and talk, for example, about the RACP. So this is, I think, Royal Australian or Australasian College of Physicians. So they recently did a review of their curriculum for new medical specialists. So I provided some input into that consultation. Yes, I don't know yet what they're actually going to do with that information, and it can be quite slow to actually get changed, but they were willing to listen to me. They were willing to, they thanked me for the feedback. A number of these other, I've kind of done a lot of reaching out to different groups over the years, and a lot of the time they are actually quite willing to talk with you. So the NHMRC publishes guidelines for clinical trials. Had a couple of conversations with them. Therapeutic Goods Authority, Pharmaceutical Benefits Approval Committee. I need to remember all my acronyms. Different bodies that work through the approval of new medicines. We have the Sexologists Association. So is that Society of Australian Sexologists? Again, I need to know my acronyms. all these different groups that you can kind of work with, do some advocacy, and by doing so, pull them towards you so that they are supporting asexual people and not supporting anti-asexual practices. And the last layer here is really around targeted activism, which, to be honest, I think that asexual people don't do a lot of today. And it's important to note that, like, a lot of the wins that we have had historically for queer rights have come from protests and have come from disruption and have come from campaigning and brochures and, like, handing out things on the street. I don't feel like we've done a lot of that as asexual people, or I definitely, you know, I attend a lot of protests, but they're not about asexual things. So I think potentially, you know, maybe we turn up at that building that I showed a little bit earlier and start handing out brochures talking about asexuality or providing some further information or an alternate perspective on HSDD. Over in the US, there was the New View campaign that operated from 2000 to 2016. This was not an asexual organization, it was a feminist organization that was challenging the medicalization of not asexuality, the medicalization of female sexuality, essentially. So, you know, there have been activists kind of working in this space in the past, but right now it feels a little bit quiet and potentially there's an opportunity to shake it up a bit. So I'm almost out of time, which is great because this is my last slide here. Further reading, as I said, visit the Victorian Equal Opportunity Human Rights Commission if you're either in Victoria or if you want to have a look at their materials over there. They have a number of different training materials. You can also look up the Act itself if you're curious. Victorian Law Reform Commission is currently reviewing it. I've also listed a number of other groups here which are less asexual. Well, really none of these are ace-specific, but Sojourner Survivors has a lot of information about conversion practices, which is I've kind of based my definition of a conversion practice on theirs. Ambassadors and Bridge Builders International, or ABI, they talk a lot about the history of anti-gay practices in Australia, as well as kind of how some of those have morphed into anti-trans practices. Amnesty International has some information about what conversion practices are. Brave Network is a support organisation, especially for people affected by religious conversion practices. And there's also Switchboard, which is a local support group. I haven't included a list of all of the various different support groups across the world, but they do exist. If you are, you know, if any of this presentation has raised things for you, please do reach out for help, whatever form that help might take. That's my presentation. What I'm going to do now is take a look at the comments. Also, thank you very much for listening to me talk for about an hour, just me. So hope this has been interesting, hope it has been educational, and yeah, keep up the good work, everyone. Right. Yeah, sometimes it's not actually talking about, no, activism burnout is real. So yeah, definitely don't want to kind of ignore that point. So yeah, thank you for everyone that does put in the work, and rest is so important. And I know that's a bit of a funny thing to be saying on the ACES Never Sleep stream, but please sleep, please hydrate, please take care.
Thank you so much, Luciella, for an amazing presentation. So much information that you managed to fit into a really quite short period of time when you actually realize how much you're trying to fit in. Yes, everyone, remember, hydrate, even if you're hydrating with energy drinks.
Yep.
Thank you so much. You are really helping us asexuals be heard. Yes, definitely. Luciella is the bane of medical testing companies across Australia.
I don't know if Susan Davis knows my name, but she knows.
We know her name. We have much to say about Susan Davis, and we will say it. We will say it in our panel later on. As we said before, you can hear Luciella and myself and Yasmin Benoit will be talking about the medicalization of asexuality at is it 11 o'clock 11 a.m. UTC, I think. Let me just check that that is correct. Yes, 11 a.m. UTC we'll be doing That's Not a Real Thing, Bad Doctors, Weird Causes, and HSDD. And now the next panel is How Do I Know I'm ARO, which will be the ACT ACEs, which is the local group that I myself am a member of, along with my associate, Joe. Our pronouns are they, them, because there are two of us. Also, Joe's pronouns are
he, they.
He, they. Mine are she, her, as you know. And Asa Arrow Chile appreciates Luciella's contribution. So we are just waiting for our panel that you need to be on. Oh, really? Well, I hope to see you there. We're just waiting for our colleagues to appear. They cannot see the link that I have sent them. Let me just send it to them a second time and see if they can see it now.
Maybe different chat.
Oh my god! I'm so yeah. There would be a reason why they cannot see it, because I sent it in the wrong place. Yep, I'm so dumb. Okay, yep, now they can probably see it, I would imagine. Just sending it to people that do not need it. Oh dear. In my defense, I have been awake for a very long time.
It's a good defense.
Luciella, why don't you tell us your favorite thing about being asexual? That's my question to fill in time.
Sure. I like that we have a really unique perspective on the world. So I think diversity is fantastic. And yeah, I think asexual people have a lot of really interesting ideas about sexuality and about consent. And yeah, I think I'm really appreciative of that fact. Yeah, like it's not always easy being different. Sometimes it's really hard, but the fact that we are different means that we have that unique perspective, and I'm really grateful for it. And I think the rest of the world should be really grateful for it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think asexual people are great at talking about consent. I think because we are there's less automatic assumptions. You know, most people have this assumption when you're in a relationship, then you know, a relationship is what it is, and so there's an expectation automatically that leads to certain things that have to happen. Whereas when you're asexual, there's not an automatic assumption about what is happening. You have to talk about explicitly what is and isn't part of that relationship, I guess. So we are a bit better about talking about consent. I had to pause suddenly there because of this embarrassing comment, and I was like, "Oh,
well,
I don't know how to respond to that."
That's the other thing I like about being asexual is when people do say that I've made an impact, and they look up to me and excited to have me in places. So yeah, good on you, Kate.
Thank you so much, Luciella. Our other member is having internet issues, so if you could message him and let him know that we are going to just make a start, and then we will have him join us when he is able to.
Okay, will I jump off? All right.
Sure, you can stay if you want to. I don't mind.
I'm not from the ACT, so.
That's okay. You can be our guest if you want to.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
So we're here to talk about. You are on the area spectrum, so you can join us if you wish to. We're here to talk about how do I know if I'm ARO. This is a subject that comes up a lot with our group. So first of all, I'd like to start with an acknowledgement of country. I would like to acknowledge that the three of us are all meeting on the land of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and we acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land. We acknowledge the elders, past, present, and emerging, and also any Indigenous Australians who are here present at the moment, and also that this land was stolen and never ceded, and we acknowledge Aboriginal sovereignty. Cheryl, you are also on Ngunnawal Ngambri land. Is that correct?
Yes. So I'm also on Ngunnawal and Ngambri land from Canberra.
Yeah.
I would also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that we meet on.
So we are from Canberra, which is the capital of Australia, and we are a local group called the ACT, currently called the ACT ACES, but we are in the process of changing our name because we are now a group that we used to be we're an ACE group, but ARO people are totally welcome to join, like you're allowed in and everything. But we've had more and more, we've become more and more ARO, really, not just in having ARO people who are here. Oh, here is Jacob. Jacob, if you would just, we've acknowledged country, but could you just acknowledge the country that you are currently on, please?
Yeah. So I'm currently on the land of the Wiradjuri people.
Thank you. We've become just more and more ARO, just in who our members are, but also just in what we talk about and just the subjects that come up. So we want, and there's questions that we get a lot, like how do I know if I'm aromantic, and what really is aromantic, and there's some of our members realizing that actually I'm not even ace at all. I'm just aromantic. So we wanted to talk about that and maybe see if we could help other ace people to realize if they are aromantic, or if that's something that they've been thinking about. We wanted to help with that question. So I think we'll start. So we're changing our name. We're going to become ACT, ACES, and AROs, because we're kind of known in our local neighborhood. So we didn't want to lose that name recognition, but at the same time, we do want to acknowledge that AROs are part of our group, not just kind of welcome to tag along if I want to. So let's start by, I think, we'll all introduce ourselves and talk about what's your ARO identity, and kind of briefly, how did you come to understand yourself? Keep it to 2 minutes if you possibly can. I can go first if you want me to, or somebody else is welcome to. Okay, so
yeah, I'm fine with your start.
I guess I'm gonna give a little content warning. I don't even know what let's call it, intimate partner violence. Yeah, so I guess I identify as asexual and what is the word? I've forgotten it. Cade romantic. And cade is the prefix that means because of trauma. So you can also be cade sexual. I believe that I was once capable of feeling romantic attraction, but I no longer am capable because of something that happened to me. Not an intimate partner, but an abusive person who abused me romantically without being my partner is the best. This was the best content warning I could find. But yes, when I was very young. So, and I also, going through relationships that were not good either, did not help me kind of get over that feeling. So I think it is tied in with my PTSD, I think. And I don't think that makes it any less valid, just the same as, I'm always here for people who are asexual because of trauma. It is very, 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 very rare, but that doesn't make it any less valid when it's real. And how did I come to understand it? I think just being around ARO people, I never thought I was ARO because I myself am I love romance, and we're going to get to that question later. I am very into romantic situations that don't involve myself. But just the realization that, ew, it's not for me. And it's funny, like my brother found a piece of paper from like when I was 7 that was me like asserting that I would never, ever, ever be interested in a boyfriend. And I mean, now I identify as a lesbian asexual, so, you know, that was gold. I've always felt like this. I've always felt it's not for me. It's just coming to terms with realizing that I am different. It's not what I want, and it is okay. And I think that was the hard part, was realizing that this is okay to be like this and to not want this. And I'm coming to terms with it more and more all the time. Yeah. Why don't we move on to my friend Joe here?
So I'm Joe, he, they, and so I'm aromantic and allosexual. So it was, for me, realizing I'm aro came out of being in several pretty traditional monogamous relationships, and after a particularly long one, coming out of that, realizing I just wasn't particularly feeling like it made sense. I think a big thing for me is never having that point where a romantic relationship felt more than just being very good friends. You know, being allosexual, of course, sexual dynamic is still there, but the romantic side of things never developed, and I just sort of realized that I needed to reconsider what exactly I identified as, or what I wanted out of any sort of relationship, romantic or otherwise. And I was lucky enough to have a very close friend who was exploring their identity as aromantic at the time, which is what introduced me to the term, because I think I'm one of the very few people who managed to find the concept of aromanticism without going through exploring asexuality, and I sort of flipped it there, and it just did. It's something that has clicked, something that I've become more confident using as time's gone on. And for me, we can probably fit this in somewhere later, my identity as polyamorous and aromantic fits in very well for me. So that's sort of how that all fits in. Who'd like to go next?
Shawel is next.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm Shawel, and I identify as both asexual and aromantic, but specifically like a micro label called quaromantic, which is where you can't distinguish like the difference between romantic and like platonic attraction. So I learned about the aromantic spectrum through the asexual community. So because it first came up in the asexual community when I learnt about the split attraction model. And then when I learnt about this label, I realized that being aromantic means, as an aromantic, I felt that I wasn't really interested in conventional romantic things like that people do together, and I started to identify that I don't really relate to romance in general. So that's why I decided to like identify as being aromantic.
Jacob?
Yeah, g'day everyone. I'm Jacob. I identify mostly as grey, asexual, and aromantic. So I do experience sexual attraction to a very mild degree most of the time. Sometimes it spikes, but it's so confusing sometimes that it's like not something I really like. I might want to act on it in the future, but for the time being, I'm just taking my time. And I identify as aromantic because I've never really tried like full on dating or being in a romantic relationship before, and a lot of the time it sort of confounds me a lot. In terms of like my view on romance, it's like pretty neutral most of the time. I don't mind like small little bits of it, but I wouldn't call myself a hugely romantic person. But having said that, I still feel like quite strong platonic attraction. So like with people I've worked with or people I, have met through communities. Like I feel very, I feel like that great, like that, like I guess like that serotonin. Like I see them and I'm like, oh, they're here. I get to talk to them and and spend time with them. In terms of like more close, intimate relationships, I'm usually more cautious about that. But no, that's my aromantic experience.
So we posed ourselves some questions that we wanted to ask to kind of help people. Sort of, these are questions that you can ask yourself when you're wondering if you might be aro, or trying to confirm if you are or if you're not. So the first question we thought was, that's how comfortable are you in applying the label to yourself? So I think I kind of already sort of covered that. Like, I started out identifying as romantic myself. That kind of fit for me because I wasn't sure. And when all your ex-boyfriends have all said, oh, you're not really a very romantic person, babe, like, are they just jerks? Like, I mean, they were jerks, but like, is that why they said it, or was it true? So that gives you something to think about. So like, romantic kind of fit, like, do I understand what romance is? Like, I understand what it is in romance novels, and but it's not like that in real life, so romantic was like a gateway. And then I discovered what Kate is, and like, oh, that. And now I'm very comfortable calling myself, like, I would have said I was aro spec before, and now I'm happy saying that I'm aro. Just today I'm like, oh, that aro ace flag, like, I kind of like that better than either the ace or the aro flag. So maybe I'm gonna be aro ace, and I'm gonna have me that flag now. So I think, like, try the label out, try different labels out, and see how and like, what's that comment before? Labels are tools, not tests, And I always say that, like, a label is not a tattoo. If you find that it's not serving you, you can just pull it off and slap another label on instead. So try out an aromantic label. Start using it in your own head. If that's feeling okay, start using it in asking other people to use it for you. Start using it online, and if that's not comfortable, back off. And then start, if it is comfortable, start using it in the outside world. You can test out the comfortability of a label. And if it doesn't work for you, try a different label.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with that one. I'm a huge advocate, no matter what sort of label it is, just try it on for size, see if you feel comfortable in it, and like, as you go, you will find out if there's a slightly different label that fits better, if it's something that the experiences of other people you're talking to doesn't quite match up, maybe there's another one. But often you'll sort of work out over time. Even if there's a label that suits you, you might find using it isn't useful, and it won't end up being something you stick with. For me, that's what I did with being aro. I just started using it, and at this point, really comfortable with it. And I think the aro community tends to be an incredibly wide set of experiences, more than most other communities, broadly speaking. So what your identity is as aro, it's good to have an idea of what that means to you beforehand. So even if you encounter people and it doesn't match your experience, it doesn't mean the label doesn't fit you.
Yeah. And as I put in the summary of this, also, what aromantic means in English is not necessarily what aromantic means in other languages. We don't use 100% the same definition. So, what aromantic means to me isn't necessarily going to be the same thing that aro also means to Joe. So, even though the definition is the same, people have in people's mind and in their soul, that's going to be a slightly different understanding of it as well. Charlotte, Jacob, any thoughts?
There are lots of like these sub-labels under the aro umbrella, so which can like describe a diverse range of experiences within the aro spectrum. And yeah, I agree that labels shouldn't you shouldn't be dictated by labels. But yeah, labels are good as tools to explain make yourself understand yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. My mother's very much, oh, why do you need so many labels kind of person? And I always think, well, I can really tell that you're someone that's never felt out of place or alone in your life, because you don't need any labels, because you don't need to try and understand who you are and to find your place in the world. And that's good for you, but I would like my labels. So, what are some of the factors of your character that made you think or make you still think that that you're an ARO person, apart from
Oh, sorry, I don't think I answered. I don't think I
Oh, you
answered my
didn't answer.
question.
Sorry, you just sort of nodded and didn't seem like you wanted to answer. But yes, go ahead.
Oh, I was waiting for Shawel to finish, but sorry, my internet is very shoddy today. Yeah, it's regional connection. It's not great. Sorry, back to the original question. So yeah, I'm very comfortable with using the aromantic label for me. I was a little bit less comfortable using asexual because I wasn't totally comfortable with applying, thinking too much about my sexuality. But grey asexual feels like a better fit because it sort of fits in that sort of ambiguous, almost mysterious label. So it's a label I can give it without being too, but with aromantic, I feel perfectly fine calling myself that. And that's pretty much why I often focus more on aromanticity than asexuality, because I feel more connected to it, and I feel like it's not talked about as much.
You identified as ace first, is that right?
Aromantic first, and then I was looking into the asexual label. I did identify as asexual for a while, but I think that was more of just I was more sex averse at the time. It's just my I was just feeling very self-conscious at the time, but now that I got a better understanding of myself, I'm mostly grey A for now.
Yeah. So yeah, what you can go now. What are some of the other aspects of your personality that you feel are aromantic or make you seem aromantic that other people might identify with? Or
I feel a little bit of I wouldn't say resentment, but I do feel definitely disconnected from the the whole thing of romance in general. I always imagine if Cupid fired an arrow at me, it would just bounce right off. Marriage itself isn't something I'm particularly interested in. It just seems like a huge commitment, also expensive. But it's just a ceremony to me. It's not really anything special, at least for me personally. But and dating in general is hard because there's many different approaches to dating, but finding the right one for me is quite difficult because I try out, most, say for instance, I go out to a nightclub and I quickly pick up that there's a formula you have to follow, and it's sort of this isn't really how I usually, talk to people. Well, I mean, usually the talks just start out the same way as platonic, but then I'm thinking, how do I progress from this if I like this person? Yeah. That's why I find it easier to connect with, friends that I meet naturally over other circumstances. And even in regards to romance in fiction, I usually prefer if romance is a side story that's connected to the main plot, but it's not specifically the main focus. I just feel like it just feels more natural that way, and more interesting too.
Yeah, super fan.
Yeah. I feel like my best friend told me recently that I said to her when, and like repeated it frequently, when I was a teenager, like we were 15, 16, I said once that I didn't want to have a boyfriend because like it seemed like a big time commitment, you know, and I just wanted to eat chips, you know, like, and you know, what if he wanted to like do stuff and I was busy eating on the couch eating chips, you know, and I feel like, yeah, I still kind of feel like, yeah, I'm eating. I'm in a queer platonic relationship, but I'm busy.
Yeah, sort
like,
of low key.
I still get that. Like I'm busy. I'm eating chips. I really have my own like inner thing going on, and maybe that's an aromantic personal trait. Maybe I don't know, but like I want to do what I want to do. Maybe it makes me not great to be a parent either. But you know, like I want to do what I want to do, and I don't want to really get up off the couch to stop eating my chips because somebody else wants to do something. But on the other hand, you know, sometimes I want to go out and I want to do things, and I would like to have a person come with me and do them. So I don't know, the ideal, if I were to be in a romantic relationship, the ideal person for me would be someone who wants to eat chips exactly at the moment I want to eat chips, and wants to go out exactly the moment I want to go out. So I don't know. But yeah, that's what I think is possibly my aromantic personality trait is. Yeah, I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it. Yeah.
I think for me, the trait I find that has been with me for most of my adult life is an aversion to hierarchical relationships in the way both friendships, romantic, anything like that. The idea of having someone who takes precedent more than a friend has been something I've never really clicked with. And I think that's something that fits well with both non-monogamy and aromanticism as like a trait that, you know, traditional romance is very much there's one person that's above all others, and that's never sat well with me, and that's never been something that I've been able to do in like time or effort with one person. You know, my friends and people I'm dating are on the same level. They're all equally important to me.
Yeah, I think why aromantic trait is, I think back when I was at school, when kids were like discussing crushes, I thought they were made up. Like I don't really believe in crushes, so I kind of tried to like go with the flow and make up a crush. And
Yeah, straight
like
up.
Yeah. And yeah, I think I felt that I don't really have an interest in, it's like traditional romantic gestures, like kind of like something like kissing and hugging. I mean, I do enjoy these, but like it's romantic. But romantically, I don't really feel that like I would enjoy it. Or like doing romantic gestures like.
This could also be autism, but I don't know if you are autistic. I am. This could also be autism, but I don't understand why some things are romantic and some things are not romantic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I actually had experience.
Why is this, like if I kiss you on the cheek, that would just be us being friendly.
Yeah.
But if I were to kiss you on the mouth, that's not friendly. Like I don't understand.
And cultural too as well.
Yeah.
It seems very arbitrary, and I don't understand it. Yeah.
I actually have
certain gifts
very
like
recent. Oh, sorry.
No,
is it okay if I go?
Oh yeah, go on.
Yeah. So it's latching onto that, I actually did have a moment one time where I was listening to someone, talking, because it was sort of like a meetup we were having, and I was talking to someone and listening to them, and it, like, I'm undiagnosed. I don't know if I could be autistic, but I was just focusing entirely on them, and they said to me, "Oh yeah, I'm sure you're looking into my beautiful eyes." I was like, "Hmm?" Like, I'm just giving you my full attention.
Yeah.
But it
And
was
I was
it
accused
was,
of
it was a very
flirting all the
interesting
time.
insight.
Yeah.
Like what I'm
Yeah.
having a conversation,
Yeah.
like being polite and giving the
Yeah.
person all my attention, and I'm not flirting with anybody. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think I sometimes like accidentally, unintentionally flirt. Like I'm trying to be friendly, but it's
Mm.
I don't
actually
think you can
turns out to be
unintentionally flirt, and
flirting.
I would always argue that because flirting is a thing that you're doing to indicate romantic interest, and so I don't think you can unintentionally flirt with someone.
But sometimes it's just
Oh,
taken as like flirting from some people.
So the next question,
yeah, it's misinterpreted.
because we have to keep moving. The next
Yeah.
question is, I think, a really important one is how do we view romance in general? And I think this is similar to, I don't know if you've seen it, when I teach Asexuality 101, I use the cross, which is sex. It's the sex positivity versus sex favorability cross, and I have sex negative here and sex favorable here to indicate your personal attitude to having sex, and then I have sex positive up here and sex conservative down here to indicate your attitude to sex in general. And I think there's the same thing with romance. So I don't think your attitude to romance has any bearing whatsoever on your personal identity as whether or not you are aromantic. Like, I am absolutely hyper romantic. I'm romance obsessed. Love my Bridgerton. I'm writing romance books, although I'm writing a series of romance novels, but the rule of them is that all of the characters have to actually like one another. There's no characters who hate each other. But they're in love. They have to like each other. I love romance stories of all kinds. Absolutely obsessed with romance that does not involve myself. Once I'm put into the situation, I become romance repulsed. So yeah, I feel like, and I'm very good at writing romance, and also apparently I'm very good at writing almost sex scenes. I don't write sex scenes, but I'll write like up to the moment fade to black, and apparently I'm very good at that as well, despite the fact that I'm sex repulsed. So I think, yeah, it bears no relation whatsoever. So if you're wondering if you're aro, but you're thinking, oh, but I really love my Bridgerton or whatever else, I don't think it has any bearing at all, because that's me. Yeah. But what's your attitude to romance in general?
In general, so as you're saying, in terms of like that intersection of romance favorability, I'm pretty romance averse, because, as I said, like I know a lot of aromantics, very into like romantic genres. For me, it's not such a huge deal. There's plenty of other genres that I love. So I'm a huge fan of science fiction, fantasy. Yeah, and in terms of romance, as I said, I don't mind a little bit of it, or as people who know what like tropes and matter, I don't mind a little bit of ship tease where like two characters interact in a way that seems somewhat intimate, or they, if like it induces like some sort of emotional connection. I feel like that's a great way for characters to interact. In terms of the whole romance arc, not entirely. I'm not like I can definitely like see the start of one, but it's hard for me to get to the end. It's just, yeah, especially like when it's relating, like especially when I try and relate it to my personal experience. In terms of like how I view a relationship between two people, if I do ship, I guess you can say in quotation marks, ship them, it's more of like in a quasi-platonic way. So most people, like, obviously you're a fan of Bridgerton. In terms of like in terms of like the things I like to see, I actually, as an example, in season 3 of The Mandalorian, I actually quite liked I guess it's hard to like the relationship between the main character Din Djarin and the other character Bo-Katan. There's definitely very subtle, like obviously tone, like, overtone tones, and the fact that they both look after, Grogu, who everyone knows as Baby Yoda. It sort of gives them like a parental vibe, but it's not strictly it's yeah, as I said, it sort of resembles romance, but it's more of like a close kinship, especially since they're both of, the same culture, and eventually, eventually, I forget his name, Pedro Pascal, I'll just call him that. He comes to respect Bo-Katan, and they form a mutual kinship.
I think for me with romance, the genre, big fan. I'm going through the T. Kingfisher series at the moment. Highly recommended. But for me, for romance, more generally as a concept, I really enjoy dating. Like, romance is very hard to pin down in what it is and what a romantic relationship is. But for me, being Arrow, the fundamental thing is that initial romantic attraction isn't there, that I don't feel that romantic attraction. But engaging in a relationship that is, in many senses romantic, I enjoy it.
Yeah, because it doesn't mean you can't feel a romantic feelings necessarily. You don't feel romantic attraction,
Exactly.
which is not necessarily the same thing. Personally, I don't think I can feel romantic feelings, but again, not every A person is the same.
Yeah, and I think it's also, you've got the attraction, the feelings, and also enjoying things that are culturally coded as romantic as well, which I enjoy the third one more and don't really have the other two. But something from the outside that looks like a romantic relationship, and we negotiate what that is between ourselves, and yeah, it works well.
Yeah. Charlotte?
Yeah, I do. So I view romance as kind of like a very close relationship, because it's kind of like a close friendship where people like have a strong attraction towards each other. I do find that romance does feel like it's like the default love in society, where we are expected to feel romantic love. But I do feel like friendships are also important.
Absolutely.
I think that this kind of moves us on. I'm going to skip over a question which we may come back to, because I think this kind of naturally flows into talking about misunderstandings and things that are not true, stereotypes that may make you question, I don't think I'm aromantic. And that, so yeah, that talking about not being able to feel romantic attraction doesn't necessarily mean that you can't feel other things in that romance space, I think is a good sort of segue into this subject.
Yep. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Go for it, Jacob.
So in terms of like aromanticity, actually I'll get to another topic just after, but in terms of aromanticity, I haven't looked too into like misunderstandings and whatnot, but I have thought quite a lot about it, and especially when it's like whether I'm questioning whether I'm simply straight or asexual or allosexual. One misunderstanding I've had is aromantic people might be stereotyped as like people who are only interested in hookups, or if they're only interested in complete solidarity, so they don't want to, they're antisocial. Obviously,
an
that's not true.
allosexual aromantic person like Joe, only interested in hookups, which absolutely are not true.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, Jack.
Oh, sorry, you cut out for a bit.
I was saying, yeah, like what you're saying about only interested in hookups, like especially for an allosexual or aromantic person, like Joe, that's
yeah,
definitely not true.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and I think
because obviously.
just real quick.
Sorry, you go, Joe.
Okay, so I think the big thing that's interesting is I have heard those stereotypes about other allo people being just into hookups, but I think the other side of it that I've also heard is that so many people assume aromantic people are automatically asexual. There's this idea that I wrote part of the ace umbrella, which I really disagree with. I think it's a fundamentally different thing, but it's interesting that we get both of those stereotypes sort of at the same time.
Yeah, and there was a discussion when we were going to launch International Asexuality Day. It was like we asked a romantic organization, like, do you want to be a part of this? And there was very much a no, we don't want to be part. And that's why we have the ASPEC takeover hour, which is specific time to talk about those things. And then we said, okay, we're going to have this discussion as well, because it's a discussion for asexual people to talk about to talk about aromantic, like, am I aromantic? But it's like, this is a guest time, because if not, they are not necessarily equivalent. And I think another really important one to talk about is the idea that aromantic people are like robots and sociopaths. Like, there's this kind of really weird logical path that people take where you don't feel romantic attraction, therefore you don't feel romantic love, therefore you don't feel any feelings at all, which is just a real, like, massive series of leaps of logic that people are taking.
No.
Yeah.
That's why one of my favorite songs is that's why one of my favorite songs when I'm in an aromantic mood is I'm Not a Robot by I can't remember what their name is, but it's sort of like, it's sort of like me thinking I'm not a robot. Like, I might be neurodivergent, but that doesn't mean that I don't experience feelings or even attraction.
Yeah, and
do you have anything to say?
That comment is that an aromantic person is a lonely person who is sabotaging themselves, and I wouldn't say that I'm a lonely person at all. I've got a lot of friends, huge numbers of friends, like friends in here in Canberra. I've got friends all over Australia. We had Lucy Ella on before. That's my friend. In fact, because I'm asexual, because I'm aromantic, I know so many people all over the world, that I've made friends with. I'm very friendly.
Well, I grew up in southwestern New South Wales in regional parts, so I'm more lonely geographically. But I did move to Canberra recently, so not as lonely these days.
And you already had a community here waiting for you because you were part of our
exactly.
And you got here and it's like, hey, all of these people I already know, which you wouldn't have had if you didn't have these.
Exactly.
I saw a comment. I think someone commented that you don't have to redeem yourself. Like, arrows don't have to redeem themselves with friends if they don't want to as well. So
yeah, you can be a lonely person if you would like to,
Exactly.
Yeah, if you don't want to have a bunch of friends around you, if you're happy just being by yourself.
Yeah, if you're happy.
That's fine too, Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, exactly. You can just be whoever you are.
And also
and don't get me wrong too. And don't get me wrong, I do experience, like, every now and then I get touched on, and it's sort of like, why is it so hard to, like, find an intimate relationship when you have to follow all these, like, specific routes to get there?
Yeah,
I think some aromantic people can also be in relationships, like, even if they don't feel romantic attraction. Like, some aromantic people also enjoy being in romantic relationships. We are a diverse group of people. Like some do and some don't.
Yeah.
Relationships are not defined by aromanticity.
Yeah, yeah. And whoever's running Chile saying that, you just got to try harder. If we could just consciously and we don't want to,
and I like that sentiment. I feel can hurt people in the long term if you try and internalize all of these cultural expectations to how to be in a romantic relationship. It is easy to string someone along. If you were just trying, you're putting on this facade, and you're with someone who is not aromantic, it can lead to pretty negative outcomes if they feel you are experiencing romantic feelings. It's important to talk about early on, and just generally one of the best things about aromantic identity is how much it encourages you to think about the fundamental parts of any relationship before going into one or when you're in one, and negotiating.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's definitely hard enough actually starting, like, getting into dating in the first place.
We have 15 minutes before our friend from Kenya comes. Does anyone have any questions that they would like us to answer?
Do you want me to quickly go over my use of aromanticity?
Yes.
Yes. So I saw this brought up. I honestly can't remember. Sorry. So if I'm borrowing someone else's idea, sorry, I forgot the source. But a lot of the time when we're talking about aromantic in a plural sense or whatever it is, a lot of people use aromanticism. But I recently saw someone, suggest we switch to using aromanticity. So add ITY at the end instead of ITISM, because the ism part was like, as this person said, sort of implied like a medicalization of aromantic people. And ITY is at the end of like every sexuality, so bisexuality, asexuality, aromanticity makes more sense. But obviously like it's just a suggestion. It's like anyone can use whatever term they feel comfortable with, and I mostly prefer saying aromanticity because I find it easier to say than aromanticism, because there's a lot of SSSS.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and say it. It's gonna be hard because I've got one thing in my head, and the autism. But I'm gonna try and say aromantic because that's true. It is everything else. Yeah.
Have we had similar conversations about lesbianism, or is that from a different origin?
Lesbianism is such an old word. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard of it before, but I'll have to look into it.
Lesbianicity. Yeah.
Good to think about.
And nobody has any specific questions they would like to ask, but I think it is worth repeating that a large part of the problem is that there was a lot of leaning into the aro-antagonism and saying that asexual people can still fall in love, and I think that was harmful to both the aro-ace community and just the aro community on its own. Like, oh, but ace people can still fall in love, as if there was something wrong with aro people,
Yeah,
there was
definitely aromantic people can
that meant to be Aurea. There was
be
a
in
post
romantic
Aurea about
relationships.
aromanticism. Yeah. Okay, well, we can talk a little bit about our final subject, just really briefly. So do you think there's a distinct way in which we view relationships because we are aromantic? I mean, I think it's really hard to answer that.
So in terms of like how I view relationships,
specifically because of aro.
A specific type. So if Yeah, so if I enter a relationship with a person, it would probably be something more similar to, like friends with benefits, but obviously in this case for benefits is more than just potential intimacy. Like it could just be companionship or, emotional support. I've had that in the past, and yeah, it was really nice. So yeah, like especially like how like I view the person foremost as a friend, but not just a friend, a like capital F friend. Like they're the most important person out of my whole friendship group, and because of that, I sort of like it gives us a bit of freedom if we decide, you know, if if we or they decide that they don't want to be in a relationship anymore, or just gives a bit more personal freedom for me than a romantic relationship, because the romantic relationships are obviously stereotyped as like very inclusive. Like, one partner says to another, no, you can't hang out with your friends all the time, you have to hang out with me. And it's sort of like, people in a relationship are friends. Like we keep forgetting that. Then obviously there's no problem if, like, obviously you both want to spend most of your time with each other, but yeah, I like the idea of um, being in a relationship but not being tied to a person that you have to actually, force them away, if that ever comes to it.
Makes sense.
I think for me, I view relationships as you can customize relationships. So you can like talk to like if you have any like partners or friends, it's good to like communicate between each other, like what each of you want to get out of the relationship. It doesn't have to
Yeah.
like follow a traditional like romantic relationship structure. It can be customizable.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's, for me too, one of the best parts about exploring how different aromantic people explore relationships is when you break away from the factory default stuff. Stop going for the relationship escalator style of a relationship. You can really find little bits of how you want to engage with a relationship that, just make life easier, make life better, make it easier to find someone who wants what you want. Is that similar to what you're thinking, Charlotte?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, what was it?
Oh, I was just checking. That's what you are thinking as well.
Yeah. Yeah, not the relationship escalator. Yeah, kind of thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've heard so much about that.
Yeah.
I think that's a great question, because I think it does make it difficult for you as an asexual person when your first exposure to aromanticity is this is what asexuality is not. When you're like, okay, no, I'm asexual, I've made that, I've realized that, and I've come to understand that, to then when you're like, oh, hang on, am I also aromantic? But you've come to understand your asexuality in terms of, it's not this. So that does make that question harder to answer, because you've already kind of eliminated that in the first part of your journey, and that like makes the second part of the journey a little bit harder, I think. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think I did experience that a little bit. Yeah, definitely. Because I very much, and I was definitely guilty of it, of perpetuating it, that asexual people can still love like narrative, which is really kind of ironic, given that not only do I not experience romantic attraction, but I'm pretty sure I can't experience romantic love. But I really wanted to believe that I could, and so I kind of really sort of saw myself as asexual, but still, I do love my boyfriend. I honestly do. He's not awful. And so really believing in that. And then you know, over time coming to realize that it's much harder to come to realize, no, actually that is me, you know? Yeah, so I think that's a really great question, because that is part of the journey. And yeah, we do have to dismantle that whole idea that this aromanticism is not the same. You know, they are two different things, but they can also be one thing. And I think that's why it's great that aro-ace is its own identity, because I think you can be aro, you can be ace, you can be a person who is both aro and ace without also feeling like you are aro-ace. You know, I think you can identify with both of them individually and feel like they are two parts of who you are, but not feel like aro-ace is a part of who you are. I think that in itself can be its own identity, where the two of them feel entangled as one thing. And that doesn't have to be your experience. Your experience can also be that you are ace and you are aro. I think it really depends on how it is inside for you. And it's very individual. And like we said, labels, they can just be ripped off and put back on. Like, whatever is working for you, experience it in the way that feels right for you. Try different things. Nothing is permanent.
Yeah. Actually, in terms of my experience, I guess the first time I heard of aromanticity, it was a very quick succession of it, because I was at the time I was looking up, tropes about romance and all that, and I came across the page on asexuality, and I was looking through it, and I was like, I'm not sure if this fits. And then I saw a hyperlink to something called aromanticism, and I was like, oh, what's this? And I clicked on it, had a quick read, and I was like, oh, it's like the ball dropped, basically. So I guess that's like, and I was when I realized, oh no, am I queer? Pretty much.
Even when I'm doing the activism thing, you know, our Australian organisation, which the ACT ACES is a part of, you know, I have my ACE pamphlets, which are like the basic ones. And then if I feel an organisation is like, they're pretty woke, you know, when they're down with asexual and they get it, then I give them the aro pamphlet, because I feel like aro is a little bit of a harder sell, and it's a bit more difficult, you know, and people don't get it as much. And I feel really bad about that. Like, I don't like having to do it that way. You know, I wish I could just be like, I represent, you know, the ACE and aro collective, and this is what we do, you know. And I don't even like that ACE, we put ACE, everything we do, all our literature, we called the ACE and aro collective because we didn't want to be aro-ace on our email, because that would create the wrong impression. But all of our literature like swaps asexual and aromantic ultimately. But yeah, like, I don't want to do it that way. You know, I want to be able to do it in a different way where they seem to be equal, but I have to introduce aro via asexuality, because otherwise I can't sell it to people. They don't understand it. And once I can get people to kind of grasp that some people don't experience sexual attraction, and then I can kind of sell them the split attraction model, and then they can kind of, then they're there, and then I can, once they're educated enough, then I can get aromantic in. And I hate that is the way that I have to do it. And if there is someone who has a better way of doing it, I would love to hear how you do it and how you manage to get aromanticism in kind of on an equal footing with asexual, because I am not sure how to do it. And, you know, with everything that we're doing, we find aro to be the harder sell, so we have to do ace.
Yeah. I guess being grey ace, not as like, because it's such still a confusing, you know, label for me. I'm not as like comfortable discussing it, but in terms of aromanticity, because I've got a much clearer, you know, where how it fits with me, I guess I'm more comfortable describing myself as that. So yeah, I guess the best is say, for instance, if I was going out on a date with someone, I'd say, hey, we'd be talking about each other, and I might say, hey, I'm a romantic, but I still value our friendship quite a lot, and that doesn't change how, if if we were entering if we were to enter into a relationship, um how, say, for instance, that other person views it. Like, I can still reciprocate.
Yeah. Well, we're pretty much out of time, but I do not see that our friend from Kenya has yet arrived. Is that correct, S? Would you like to join us, or can somebody with the knowledge? Hello, S.
I don't see her online yet, so feel free to see if there are questions in the chat.
All right. So the next panel is a spotlight on Kenya, where our friend will be coming from Kenya and we're going to talk to them about what's happening in terms of ACE, the ACE people living in Kenya, the ACE activism in Kenya, and what the situation is there. So really excited about that, because we do not hear a lot from Africa. We don't have a lot of down there in Africa, so very excited. So thank you so much to my colleagues from ACT, ACES and AROs for coming, especially to Joe for being our guest Allo ARO today, and for coming all the way to my apartment to do so. If you don't live in this city, you wouldn't know that it's a cardinal sin to live on the wrong side of town, whichever the wrong side of town happens to be, and ask somebody to come and visit you all that distance, especially on a public holiday. So thank you so much. Yes, join me again. We're along with Luciella, our previous panelist. We will be on again at 11 p.m. Whatever that time zone is, UPC, UCT, whatever, talking about the medicalization of asexuality. And so thank you very much. And I will see you all soon.
Thanks, Kate and Joe.
Yeah, thank you.
Do your best to include ARO people in all of your works. But if you're going to use ARO, and say that you include ARO people, make sure to remember to actually include ARO people. That would be my final message.
Yep. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep. Yeah. So.
Hello, Melbourne. Hi, Zach from Melbourne. Oh, there is my dog being a diva and trying to get attention from Joe. Classic dog. Oh. Diva dog. Okay, well, I remain. See you. Thank you so much for coming and for talking to us today. Hello, S. I know it's S because they have their official jacket on. Okay, we are still waiting on our friend from Kenya.
I love this joke you created that I'm not me without the haha.
What? Who's there?
Who's that? Who was that?
A mystery person.
While we're waiting, I have pinged the hello. It's time to join the stream. You ready?
All right. S, have you told us your favorite thing about being ace?
This, not sleeping.
Not sleeping. Once a year,
can I briefly touch this comment? Can I? This is gonna get me like probably cancelled in the asexual community. I hate. Personally, I have like a beef with the reductionism on what the word asexual means. I completely understand that, like, black stripe asexual, if you want a term, like people who absolutely feel zero sexual attraction would want a term for them. I think it's understandable. Like, I have a term for myself as a gray sexual person, demisexual, etc. So it's perfectly okay, but that shouldn't go against the significance of asexual as a full umbrella term. And also, I absolutely hate, oh God, I don't want to be alone in this room. That was too big. I hate the idea of ace presented as more inclusive than asexual. It drives me crazy because it's, first of all, who decided that? Second of all, it is so incredibly Anglo-centric. I hate it. Like, some years ago, I think, Asexual Awareness Week I will be cancelled for this in the asexual community. I will go on until the day I die. I will call it Asexual Awareness Week. I will never call it ACE Week, because the change of name was motivated as to be more inclusive of the full asexual spectrum, thus implying that ACE, which is much harder to translate word in other language, because it's easier for me in Italian to say asessuale. It's not as easy to use the abbreviation that is so easy in English. So it's very Anglo-centric. And no, ACE is not more inclusive of this whole spectrum. Asexual is inclusive enough. And to say we are using ACE, not to use asexual, because ACE is more inclusive of the whole spectrum of asexuality, is kind of like backhanded, implying that asexual is not the umbrella term anymore, you know? And as a gray sexual person, you people are gonna have to, like, get the word asexual from my cold hands after you've killed me. So, okay, I will stop blubbering about this. But I hate it.
Like, if you want that word, aspec is there. You don't need to have ace.
Yeah.
If you need to say that we're talking about the entire spectrum, then that's what aspec is for. Or
asexual spectrum. Or if ace spec,
if you insist on having a word that means, yes, you know, asexual, the asexual spectrum, you have one. Mm-hmm. You don't need to create another word that also means that. And I absolutely agree with you that it doesn't translate into other languages.
Yeah. Anyway, I see that our guest is here. So yes. I will put you on screen now, giving you a heads up and a warning. Yay! Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. Can I?
Yes, how are you?
Please. What?
Hi, how are you?
How
are you?
Apart from the fact that I've slept like 2 hours in the last 24 hours, I'm fine.
That's a good number of hours.
I can't hear you well.
Oh.
Hi. Hi, I'm Jackie from Kenya.
Hi. You can't hear me?
Yeah, but now I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
Okay.
Hi, how are you?
I'll say I'm fine now. I'm fine.
Yep, we can hear you. I think you have lag. That is all.
I'm reading now the comments. I honestly thought that Kate said ace spec. That's one of the problems with the word. It's easily confused with ace spec, especially if you are not English speaking. Anyway, hello. Can I ask our guest to please tell me the pronunciation of your name, because I have butchered so many names in this live stream. So I'm gonna let you introduce yourself and tell me how to pronounce your name.
There's an echo with your voice.
Oh.
I can't hear you well.
Can you hear me?
There's an echo.
There's an echo on both of us. Okay, that would be on your end.
Hi.
Let's see. Let us see if we can near.
Hey, how are you?
Can you do anything? Or is the problem on your end, and so we can't do anything to fix it?
Okay.
Oh, your mic might be too high. Hang on. We can lower it.
Okay. Hi.
Does this help at all?
Now I can hear you.
You can hear us?
I can hear you now. I can hear you, Kate.
Okay.
Can
awesome.
you hear me?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So can you start by telling us the
Yeah,
pronunciation of your name?
My pronouns are she, her. I'm from Kenya. ROS.
Kate, do you want to host this or do you want me to?
Yeah, I'm happy for you to host if you want to. I haven't. It's 5:10 and I haven't actually eaten since last night.
Okay, so go and eat something. Leave.
I should go eat
now.
But I really want to listen. So.
Okay. Listen, but. Okay.
So nice to meet you. I'm very excited to hear.
Nice.
I'll be back.
Thank you so much for being here. Just know that I will. There is a private chat in the StreamYard page if you need to write, if you have problems with the hearing me again. I hope there's no more echo, but we'll see that. Can I ask you to first introduce yourself to our audience? Who are you? You already mentioned your pronouns and that you are AROAs. Can you tell us something more about you? Where are you joining us from? I think people know since the panel is named Spotlight on Kenya, but tell us something about yourself and why you wanted to be here.
Yes. Okay, I'm from Kenya. It took me years. It took me years to know that I'm asexual, which is very hard to find it here in Africa. I stayed for so many years without knowing my identity. So at the age of 30, around 30 there, I started realizing I'm different. And that one, again, it made me to hide, as in I was not sharing my stories. And then afterwards, it was like last year, I came across the word asexual in the media. That's when I knew there's a community like this. And I was so happy to realize that there are people like this. Whereby in Africa, here where I am, you can't find okay, although they're there, but they're not out. They're not out. So when I realized that there are people, I decided to come out and speak of myself. Though it was a long journey, it was a struggle, realizing my identity.
Yeah. I can imagine, and thank you first of all once again for being here, telling us about your journey. Can I don't want to be private of personal things, so share whatever you want and feel comfortable sharing, but would you like to talk a bit more to us about your personal journey discovering even also the word asexual while living in Kenya? Was it something that you heard from people, queer people, LGBT people there, from people across the border? How was your personal journey? When did you first realize you are asexual, and how was your journey from there?
Yeah, when I came to realize, in first, when I came to the word asexual in the media, I got it through media, because before realizing it, I was under medication. I thought I am low libido, so I was under medication. So in that process, that's when I heard the word asexual through a friend in the media. She wrote me, "You're struggling this after a long medication," and the medicine was not responding. Then I realized there's something wrong with me, but I kept on doing it. And then afterwards, I realized the word asexual through media, through a friend. So I went ahead, Google it. After finding out, I was relieved. Because I knew I'm not sick. And there are people like that. And I Googled a lot about it. Then I realized this is where I belong. Because after taking medication, after saying without telling anybody about my identity, then after finding about it, that's when my heart was relieved. I said I will come out, I speak of it for the sake of others who are not talking about this stigma. Yeah. So I came out of it, started talking about it. I left all about the content that I was creating about low libido. I said again, contenting about asexual awareness. Yeah. That's from there, start meeting people, cooperating with other people, the community. From there, I'm awesome with it, writing in support of Ace voice. Yeah, unstoppable. Resilience is my voice. I will just stand and support Ace voice in whatever way. Yeah, I can't be silent. Yeah, can't be silent about Ace. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Like, I also think that like you express a common experience for a lot of asexual people. You know, like that moment of relief when after a long time of trying to understand what is wrong with you, you realize nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong, and that there's a community for you. Also, we will later have a panel on medicalization of asexuality and the pathologization of asexuality, in which I think we will discuss the fact that we are against like medicalization and pathologization for asexuality, but also like low libido sometimes gets treated like some sort of incredible abnormality, even when people don't perceive it as a disorder. That's very common. So like we as asexual in a way always repeat that like asexuality doesn't equate low libido. They're not the same thing, but in a way our fight, our political and our community fight, is also a fight to destigmatize the low libido as well, in a way, because people could just not have that much sexual desire or not want to engage in sex that much. And we don't always have to consider it abnormal and a disorder. It is a disorder only if the person like personally and intrinsically feels it as something distressing. We have the tendency to, oh, you have low sexual desire, you need to correct that. And like as asexuals, I think we also try to advocate for those kind of situations. They are not, maybe not always asexuality, but let's say the struggle is very near us. And yeah, transitioning from this, I wanted to ask you if you'd say there are any specificities, let's say specific struggles to being asexual or aroace, if you want, because you mentioned your part of your identity being both aromantic and asexual. Specific struggle in the like cultural context of Kenya. What is the like general cultural attitude on the topics of like sex, marriage, dating, etc., and how does it impact the experience of an aspec person in Kenya?
Okay, obviously, being in Africa, as in Kenya is in Africa. All they know is when you're a woman, or a man or a boy or a girl, you're meant to get married, have children. But when the age reaches and you're still there, they think you're not fit in the society or there's something abnormal with you. They really don't, as in telling them you're queer, they think it's a made up thing, it's something that they're not used to. Yeah, or they say it's something that you're cooking, you just made up, or you're unfit in the society, because that's not okay. For a boy or a man, you must get married, have children, and have somebody to rely on. So being a queer or being ROS in Kenya, it's not easy. It's not easy. As I can tell you, I personally have tried it best, even to see, like, bring others to the front line, artists can come and join, raising this awareness. But yeah, people are there, but they're quiet. I may not know what made them to be quiet, or the stigma, or where the background where they come from. I don't know, but there's total the society resistance is real. They can make you to not even to speak, to make your voice to be missing. As in, when you speak, you say you are asexual, you have not get married. They'll say, what's wrong with you? Can you see the doctor or look the right person? But you say you're not, you are like asexual. They're like, hey, you must go to the hospital. And it's something like abnormal to them. It doesn't fit in the society. So it's all about resilience. It's all about resilience. You have to stand and say this is not a disease, it doesn't have a cause. It's just the way somebody is born. But yeah, you have to talk it in a resilience way. Otherwise, they'll shut you. They'll shut you. Yeah, because it's not normal to them. It's not normal to them. Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot my microphone was muted. Someone in the comments said like something, yeah, that kind of thing, like people saying, "Oh, poor you," like I'm sorry you're like that, and yeah, that's something that happens in many contexts. I have to say, our experiences are all different across like the entire world. We have specificities in different specific cultural and geographical and social contexts, but some specific experiences we often share all over the world, and like people looking at you with compassion in their eyes and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Like, I'm not. Who are you sorry for? I'm happy as a clam. But yeah, so that's an experience that resonates, I think, with a lot of us. And yeah, it's the word is like more pity than compassion. But this was my problematic English, because in Italian, I think that in English compassion is mostly a positive connotation, while the compassione in Italian is more people looking at you and being sad for you in a way. Yeah. So I got, yeah, someone says, "Oh, I'm so sorry for your identity." Yeah, don't stop. Moving on from this, I wanted to also ask you, I asked you of the general attitude and cultural attitude to marriage, dating, sex, etc. What is the general, in your country, the general attitude toward LGBTQA plus people? Like, what is the attitude to LGBT plus people, and does it impact talking about like asexuality or aromanticism? Is that perceived as LGBT by people you usually talk about? You usually talk with about asexuality and aromanticism. If yes, why? If no, why? And how does the cultural attitude toward LGBT people? What is it, and how it impacts doing advocacy for asexuality or aromanticism?
Yeah, the impact from the word go is just negative, because when you are queer in the society, they don't they really don't understand about. They understand, yes, but when you say you're queer, it's just negative. Immediately you try to say you're queer, they try to shut you up. All we do, as I told you earlier, it's all about resilience. Just come out, say I'm asexual, I'm not sick, this is where I was born. So the only way of helping, making this people to understand, it's for you to create awareness, speak about it, tell them I'm not sick, being asexual is not sick. It's just a natural annotation, the way somebody was born, and it's valid. So it's all about being resistance to your asexuality. Otherwise, there's no way they'll take you positively. So it's all about resilience. Yeah, because when you say you're asexual, still their impact is negative. The impact is negative. They think it's something that you have cooked on. They think it's not something that you're mending up. Yeah, but it's all about now it's your resilience. It's the way you share your experience, they will share it positively, no matter what they do, no matter what they say, no matter how negative the whispering and the gossiping is there. Yes, but you know yourself, you know who you are, you know what's your purpose, you know your identity is like this, your identity is valid. So it's upon you to come out in a positive way and just be positive, no matter how negative they are. Just be positive to them and tell them this is how I am, and this is what I'm telling you. And so it's your duty, either you understand me, be in support, or just be like that. But the only thing is I'll be resilience in my identity, and I'll continue creating the content. Yeah, it's all about resilience, as I can tell you, because the impact is totally negative. The impact is totally negative. Yeah.
I see that there's a comment. Little Lemon Seed, I will ask you, do you mean the negative perception of LGBT people in general, or are you asking specifically for asexual orientation, asexuality, or aromanticism? Both, actually. Okay. They asked a bit more if you want to elaborate and go a bit more in depth about what this negative perception by society involve. Is it mostly on the side of like medicalization and always having to say I'm not sick, I am asexual, I'm not sick, I am gay, I'm not sick, I'm trans, or are there any other specific negative attitudes that you say are prevalent in the Kenyan society against LGBT people, or because you said the impact is strong of one on the other on asexuality or aromanticism?
Yeah, well, now they see you, like my age now, I'm 45 years. They see you're still single, you're unmarried, and they're like, hey, what's not happening? What's wrong with her? This is not normal. This is not okay in the society. She doesn't fit. And so they don't understand. They don't understand your identity. And they think maybe you are cursed or there's something wrong with you. Yeah. And so that's why I told you, telling them you're asexual or aromantic, for them, they take it literally without understanding. They gossip about it, but you're the only person who knows about it. So the only way of bringing the society to know that you're not sick is by creating awareness and coming out, telling them, I'm like this. Getting married, for me it's no, and it's not bad. Being single is not bad. Yeah, it's like that's my identity, that's who I am. I cannot force myself into marriage whereby I'm not going to satisfy a man. And so for them, they don't understand that. So it's all about creating the awareness, bringing up who you are, sharing your lived experience. Yeah, so because they really don't understand. Like they say, maybe you are grown up, what's wrong with you? You end up telling them, but they never understand. So it's upon you now to come out in a positive way and tell them the real you, your identity and everything in a positive way. Otherwise, everything is negative. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes it's like difficult, but we need to also like bring like in our position, what's important to do is also to bring hope, like to people, bring hope, bring that sense of community that we can find by being together and standing together, even against like adversities. I also wanted to ask you, you mentioned a lot about your content, the education you do, about wanting your voice to be heard and not silenced, and telling the society you have around, no, I'm not sick, I'm asexual, I'm aromantic, this is who I am. I also wanted to ask you, what is the reception of your, if you have any experience of this kind, what is the reception of the advocacy and the education? I'd say like, yeah, advocacy, because like you advocate for your own voice, and in this way you advocate for all asexual and aromantic people. I wanted to ask if you, how was it received by other LGBT or other queer people? Are the queer people, you know, they're receptive, positive towards asexuality and asexual and aromantic content, voices, etc.? Or is it sometimes difficult to talk about it even with other queer people?
Okay, we have a safe space that's holding queer people. So and then we have a WhatsApp group for ace people, but the thing is they're not out. Yeah, they're not out. So it was like last year when I came out, I met this one RS. Before she had an office, she worked as an RS in Kenya, but just immediately after 2 years, the office was shut due to funds, and she just went down. No voice, no anything. Though we talked through phone, so I really wondered what happened. So when I came out advocating of my being ace in Kenya, yes, for now I think I'm alone. Publicly I'm alone, but in private we can be like 6 or 7. But in public, coming out and saying I'm ace for now, as we said maybe from last year, I can say I'm alone coming out publicly. But like maybe many years back, we had an office, but it closed up. But for now, even we have a WhatsApp group like of 6 people, but I think they're still private. They have not come out. But maybe with the time, I don't know. But for now, I can say I'm alone. Yeah, I'm alone. For now, I can say I'm alone. Doing this publicly, yeah, shamelessly, publicly, fearlessly. Yeah, just want to, I don't want to be quiet. I don't want to be quiet because this is the very identity that if I would not be speaking about it, mental breakup was killing me. And even for now, I don't think it will be alive because I was fed up. I was totally fed up because I didn't know who I am. So now that I've realized who I am, I really don't see the need of me being silent. It's good I come out, I share. Somebody else, it will help. Yeah, and somebody else will be saved through my story. Yeah, I really don't see, for me, I don't see anything to be quiet or be private. Yeah, I'm just there doing now. I'm alone, yeah, I can say. But we have ace group in WhatsApp. Although we have not met physically, but we really talk. But yeah, that's it. And you cannot force a person, let's go, let's make a group. They know, yeah. Maybe with time, though we have a queer office, yeah, that's hosting us. Yeah, but me, I just talk. Me as me, yeah, I just talk. Yeah. I really don't want to be silent about my identity. I don't want to be silent for sure. And nobody's gonna make me be silent. That's my motto. That's my motto. I totally just speak. Whether they'll come out in letter or I don't know, they'll be like that. I'm not sure, but me, nobody's going to stop my voice. Yeah, I'm just there in support of this voice because this is something we must speak about. Many people don't know about it. Many people are going surgeries. Yeah, many people are undergoing surgeries without knowing what their identity is, and we don't want to lose others. Now that we understand, let's raise voice for some other people to understand. Even somebody from somewhere can understand my voice and can understand your voice, and it will be a help to the community. Yeah.
Thank you for like what you do, and I know like you said I'm alone now, but I won't be silenced. You're speaking your truth. You're talking about your story and your life and your experience. I really hope that like your content and your voice can like inspire other people to come forward, or at least feel less alone. Like you mentioned some like other, if I understood correctly, some other aspect people in Kenya that you came in contact with in a way. I think also through the content and what you do, and I think that speaks for itself. It's very important that like what you did gave you the chance to reach other people that are part of the community. Yeah, now that I think of it, can I ask you how was it? Like, how was it to find other people that are part of your community in Kenya? How did you feel about that?
Yeah, I was so happy. I thought I was alone. Coming to know that you have made me, I was so happy. And even today, I'm so happy knowing that even in Kenya, that there are S's, there are arrows, there are S flags. That one made me to be happy. Yeah, the only thing is they're not yet out, but you never know the reason is why. But hopefully, God willing, maybe they'll come out. But for now, at least my heart is relieved because I know we have people in Kenya too. We have people who are asexual in Kenya. Yeah, and I'm not alone. I'm not alone. And now this one makes me to know that asexual is valid and it doesn't discriminate from Kenya, from Europe, from where anybody can be asexual. I'm so happy. This thing has relieved me. In fact, my mental health now is very much okay. Before I was so much disturbed, but for now, knowing that there are people now having a community to share, this one makes me awesome. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. My heart is totally relieved, and yeah, I'm totally relieved.
It's like you're so positive. I have to say that like it's kind of contagious, and it's beautiful and it's amazing. Let me ask you, what is like a goal or a wish you have for the future as an ace person in Kenya?
Yeah, my goal is let asexuality be understood. First, my wish is asexuality to be understood. They have to know that it's a valid orientation. It's an orientation that doesn't need fixing. It's an orientation that doesn't have pure. It's an orientation that the way somebody was born. So judgmental, that one. Let people know that being asexual is very much valid, and asexual people exist, and asexuality doesn't discriminate. Anybody, anywhere can be asexual, and that one is valid. Yeah.
I want to put this comment on. You're doing Kenyan Ace and ASPEC community a big service. I agree. So thank you, and also thank you for being here. I also wanted to ask you, was this the first time you heard of like the International Asexuality Day network and like all the network of activists from all over the world that are scattered here and that organize this?
Yeah, this is my first time. This is my first time. I can tell you, this is my first time. And I remember IAD, International Asexual Day, when they reached me, I was like, yeah, I'm busy. I run a restaurant, you know what? But I love the passion that they had in me. You know, I was like complicated. Yeah? I was like, I'm busy. I'm what? So we tried to come to fix this day because mostly you guys you do at night, yeah. But I said no. I have a restaurant that works at night. So I was like, hey, but I thank God the passion they had on me. I think it's the thing that they really wanted me to share as being, in fact, being an African, a Black queer, yeah, to share this, to be an example for others. They had to fix till they found this day. And I was like, oh God, thank you. This hour is good for me. I'm not pressed. I'll do it. And then I told them, it's okay. I'll be there. Yeah, that's it. they reached me. They said yes. But before it was a struggle. I was like, no, I'm busy. I'm what. But luckily, we got this hour, and I was invited. Yeah, and I accepted the invite. I'm happy joining you and sharing you my lived experience and even hearing from you. It's a big wow to his voice. Yeah.
Yeah. About that, I can imagine that, like, we have lives. We are busy sometimes, and it happens, and sometimes it can be tiring to, like, difficult to follow new projects and new stuff all the time, but in this spirit, I wanted to, like, point to a question that you received in the comments, like, we really want that International Asexuality Day is not something you have to do for someone, but a network that can bring also help to you, like bring all asexual people together from across the world, also to uplift and help and listen to all the voices. So what was written there was, thank you so much for the work you are doing. You are incredible. What can we do to help you? Do you think there is something that, like, an international network like this could do to help you? Like, is it sharing your content, giving you, I don't know, whatever? Do you think there's some way that a network like the one behind International Asexuality Day can help you making your voice heard?
Yeah, true. It can.
Is there something you would ask of it? Or
Yeah, we in Africa we lack many things. We lack funds. We lack even the room to do content. But me, I just came out like the way I was. Just an ordinary person. Just came out like that. I don't have space. I don't have anything. But I just came out raising his voice. Yeah.
Well, I would love to maybe get in contact about what is happening in Kenya, and we can talk.
I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't. You can't hear me. Let me try closer. Can you hear me now?
I cannot hear you.
Oh. Oh, no, I can't hear us. Oh,
sorry, my microphone muted. Can you maybe write your question?
Yeah, I could type.
I can't hear you.
Me neither.
Oh, how odd.
Kate, I'm not getting her.
Yeah.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Your voice? I can't hear you, Kate.
Okay. Kate had a question for you, but she's going to, like, type it, and I'm going to read it. So we solve the technical issue this way. While we wait for while we wait for Kate to type the. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Kate.
Hello. Does it work now? Can you hear me? You cannot hear me. You cannot hear me. Interesting.
I can.
You can hear me.
But I think I can.
Yeah, maybe it is a hardware issue, but I will remove.
Okay. As I was saying, while we are waiting for Kate to type the question, there's one last question I wanted to ask you. Maybe it's actually two. First, maybe it's similar to the one before, what we can do for you, but I wanted to know, is there, since you have like an international audience here, is there one thing, if you could pick one thing you would want the international asexual community or the international audience of this live stream to know about the asexual or the aspec experience in Kenya? Something that you think gets missed from people that don't specifically know your reality, and that you'd really want people abroad understanding about your experience and your voice?
Your voice is a little bit cutting. I think there's a lot of echo. Can't hear you well.
Oh, no.
There's a lot of echo.
Wait. Is it better now? No. No, it's not. I can't get out. Wait. Do you hear me well now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, okay. I will try like keeping,
Yeah.
I'm sorry you can't look at me, but maybe with the video out,
No problem.
the quality is better. I will switch it on when we finish to say goodbye to you. I wanted to ask,
No
since
problem. I can
here
hear you.
okay, since here you have like an international audience of asexual people, is there something
Yeah.
you really want this audience to understand about okay, wait, sorry that I have to remove the comment. Is that something you really want the international audience to understand about the Kenyan asexual experience? Like something that you think people who are not living your experience and the specificities of being asexual in Kenya don't understand, and you'd want to tell people from abroad, from all over the world, you really need to understand this about what my experience is?
Yeah, I would like to tell them, and in fact, congratulate them for what they're doing. The International Asexual Day. Congratulations for bringing up this safe space. Yeah, and I would like to tell them, S voice is missing here, but they have a representative. They have a representative. They have me. I'm representing S voice. Yeah. So though it's missing, but I'm representing it, and they have to come through, see what I'm doing, be in support of me. Yeah, to raise his voice, especially here in Kenya. Yeah.
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 Thank you.
Yeah.
I have Kate's question. I'm gonna read it and put it on screen. Kate says, my work involves documenting oppression and violence around the world. Maybe against, I didn't ask you for the pronunciation for your name. So sorry, please tell me because I don't want to butcher it. Maybe we could get in contact and she could share some stories that I could highlight in my next research. So, and we can all share social posts if there are any. So yeah, the questions are two. One is from me. I would really want to know the pronunciation of your name to pronounce it correctly. Also because I have the habit of closing this live stream thanking every person involved individually. So I will want to say your name correctly if it's not a problem for you. Sorry for being annoying on this. And the other question is the one from Kate. Would you be interested in getting in contact with Kate to like share some stories for her research about oppression and violence around the world?
Absolutely. For me, it's absolutely, yeah.
She can contact, is Instagram okay, or you prefer an email?
No, Instagram is okay, and even I can give her my WhatsApp number, yeah.
Okay. So, can I ask to pronounce your name?
My pronouns are she, her, and this
No,
my
no.
name. It's appearing there, Jack, yeah.
How to know how to say your name? The pronunciation of your name, how to say your name. Can you say your name out loud? No. The one you prefer to. Jax. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
I just thought you, Jax. Okay. No, not the real one. Like, I didn't even know what there was like a real. I don't want to.
The one I use most.
Jax.
Okay, the one I use most is Jackie. And second one is better. Jackie. Jackie, yeah. Jackie.
Okay. Jackie, great.
Yeah.
So that I will pronounce correctly. I'm sorry for being annoying on this. I just wanted to be sure that I knew it so that I can thank you properly in the closing titles of the stream. We still have a few minutes.
Yeah.
There's one thing I wanted to ask you, and then I also want to see if there are any other questions in the chat. So feel free to do it now, like you're receiving some thank yous in the chat. And I wanted to ask you, are there specific words about aromanticism or asexuality in your local language in Kenya? Or do you normally just use English terms? Every year during this stream, we also try to, share the specific language and culture around asexuality and aromanticism in different countries, because we know in many countries we have to resort to English, but when we have specific and local words, we like to share them and uplift them and give them the spotlight. So are there any specific words in Kenya for or relating to asexuality or aromanticism?
I think we just use English word. Yeah, true. We use English word, but not unless with the time I get. But for now, it's English. It's English. You're not translated it. It's English. Use English word. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, I see many people in the comments like thanking you for what you do, which is amazing. And also we forgot a very important thing, that is plugging your Instagram, where people can find more about you, about Jackie and her work. So we will put this on screen as well, so people can find out more content by you, more about what you do. And I don't know if there are any other questions that come to mind to the chat or to the tech people here, if there's anything else you want to ask, or if Jackie, there's anything else you would like to add, you would like to say something, a story, an experience, a feeling you want to share last about your experience as an ace person, something that comes to mind that you want to tell us to close this panel, or if not, I will set you free.
I really want to congratulate Ritash. I want to congratulate her so very much. She's done amazing. I can say she's a role model for me. Ritash, she's the best. She took me from, I was so much invisible, but she took me to this visibility by making me collaborate in her videos, trying to uplift me, trying to hold me, trying to catch me to this extent that now I'm bold. Honestly speaking, I'm so proud of her, Ritash. And if all people could be like you, I really don't know. She's the person who's behind my smile for now, if I can say. She has held me for so long. When I was so low, when I felt like giving up, she really see good in me, and I really applaud her. I applaud her so very much. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That's amazing, and that's also lovely. That like as a last thing, you wanted to shout out to another ASPEC person who was like who helped you feel better in your life and with yourself. I really hope that like we can see you again next year in the stream, maybe with Ritesh. Who would know? That would be amazing, and you could also tell us more about what you did, what content you created together, and what you did together to uplift each other and to uplift the asexual and aromantic community. Jackie, I want to like thank you. I will try reopening my webcam. I want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And as you've seen from the chat, so many people want to thank you. Thank you for the work you're doing, for what you're doing. And yeah, you will not be silenced. You have so much power in you. And thank you for coming here and sharing that power and sharing your journey and your voice with us. It was truly amazing. Thank you so much. You'll be hearing from us again next year. Just already know that we will come back. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so very much. Enjoy what you're doing. Be a great and be a blessing to queer family.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's so great to meet you as much as I could.
Okay.
It was great.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Like honestly, sometimes when we have these panels, I'm like, we should have called this person before. How come we didn't know? But now we do. One last thank you and one last. So
our next panel that we are expecting is Aces in STEM.
Yeah.
Sarah Cosgrove, who I know, and Catherine Holmes, who I do not. We are expecting them to come. So excited.
Yeah. And I'm so worried. I'm always so worried that I had them mixed up with the time zones.
If they don't come, we can talk about Aces in STEM. Zoology.
Yeah,
zoology is STEM.
What?
I'm in I have a degree in zoology. That's STEM, right? That's by
yeah.
That's
you, but what about me?
Yeah, no. There's no way I can spin teaching ancient Greek and Latin to be
ancient Greek and Latin is STEM. No, you definitely can't.
I'm very good at spin, but I can't spin that.
I can interview you. I don't know.
Can you identify this?
What?
Can you identify my friend?
You mentioned it being an amoeba before.
Oh, well, you had a hint. Like you're not a scientist.
Yeah, I'm not a scientist, but I learned from my surroundings. Okay, let me check the email. Let's confirm. Okay. 8 a.m. UTC is now, right?
It is now. It's 6 p.m. in Australia. I don't know anything.
Shh.
No, it's not an octopus, lemon seed. It is an amoeba.
Me a stroke.
It is the mascot of the ACT Aces, actually, this amoeba, and has been for many years. It's even been repaired. It ripped, and my mother repaired it for me, and she repaired it in purple. She's like, because it's one of your asexual things, right? So I did it in purple for you. And I was like, oh my God, she's being supportive. How great.
Sorry,
you know,
you have just
not always
reminded me
100%
that
supportive, but she does her best sometimes, and she's like, yeah, I did it in purple for you because I knew it was for your asexual thing.
you've just reminded me that I technically wrote my personal ASPEC mascot. Like I brought the mascot for Rete Lettera. Well, I also have my Swablu, but this is like
Joe and I had
personal
my little aromantic friend behind us.
I brought here the mascot for Rete Lettera, and then I never put it on screen. I'm sorry. I'll come back in a second.
So this is actually a doorstop. But I adopted him as like a little weighted friend because he's actually like the perfect weight to cuddle. But I have struggled because I've taken him, because he's aromantic, I've taken him to conferences and stuff. And I've struggled with him through airport security because he's full of sand. And they're like, what on earth is that? So it's a gamble every time I take him through because I'm always worried that they might not let him survive. But every time he's gone through airport security, they have accepted him and he has been okay. But every time he goes through, they're kind of like, what is that substance that he's full of? But I always just say, it's sand, he's a doorstop, and he survives. Oh, Dr. Catherine Holmes is here. Oh, yeah, they are both here. Let us add them to the stage while S shows us what she has brought. Ah, Anish!
Yes. Hi, Thra. I will say the sentence. I always struggled through airport security because he is full of sand. Was an amazing sentence to witness, and I loved it. Kate, are you here because you want to host this because you speak their language? I don't.
I mean, I certainly can. That's fine by me. So whatever works. Sarah, do you have any thoughts or opinions?
No. Sorry, I was talking to Kate, because
yes,
me and Kate.
I speak your language because we were just saying that if you didn't turn up, we were going to have a problem because I've got a degree in zoology, so I can kind of talk about STEM, but S teaches ancient Greek and Latin, so there's no way.
I've been discriminated against because I teach Greek and Latin. No, I'm joking.
Great to see you. Sarah, I've known you on I'm still going to call it Twitter. I refuse to call it X. I've known you on Twitter for a long time, but I've never actually even screen met you. So this is
the only that naming allowed.
Are you in need of a host or a facilitator, or
I don't know. That's a good question.
Are you too good to go?
I think we're pretty good to go, Kate. What do you think?
I'm good. Yeah, sorry, because I put down Catherine, but I also go by Kate, so we've got the same name. Either works. That's what I'll say. Either works.
All right. Well, let me just announce you are still watching the IAD 2026 Aces Never Sleep and Ever Above and Beyond live stream. And we are now live with Dr. Catherine Holmes and Sarah Cosgrove, who are both science communicators, I guess is the best term to describe you both. And they are going to talk about ACEs in STEM. So here is their lovely banner. And I think S and I will disappear. Let us know if you would like us to come back.
We already know. We decided via email to have a host. I was just asking if you want to do this since you expressed interest in it.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Well,
I will do. We were already. We had already decided how to structure this panel. If you want to stay, please just let us know.
All right. Yes. Would you like me to stay, or are you?
It's the same to me. I just need to know now.
I'll say that, Sarah, if you want, because I do have the questions we're gonna go through. And also knowing that aces never sleep, but maybe aces should rest when given the opportunity.
Oh, I've slept. It's fine. We took it in turns. We're all good.
Aww.
But if you would like to just talk between you two of yourselves, that would be just fine as well. We have plenty of variety.
I'm just wondering if maybe that might be the easiest thing. So yeah, just thinking because myself and Kate we talked about what we're doing. So yeah, should we get started then?
All right.
Yeah.
Very well.
Cool. Okay, so thank you for being here. And like, I will ask you first of all to like, if we can have an introduction of yourselves and what you do. These questions were absolutely not decided together. I am going out in the darkness. But yeah, tell us more about who Dr. Catherine Holmes and Sarah Cosgrave are.
Sure.
Yeah, so I guess my go-to statement. So in terms of identities, I'm currently 27 and I started identifying as ace when I was around, I think around 19, around that age, in my undergraduate. After understanding and learning and educating myself more about asexuality, largely due to the campaigns by Yasmin Benoit, because those had a huge effect on me. That's after that point, I had joined Aces in STEM for the pandemic, which is how I met Sarah. And I started to do more community projects and started my activism on there, because whilst I've never been committee, I was always quite loud in terms of making socials happen and running a symposium and doing all that. I finished my PhD last year in maths and physics and was like, okay, I'm just gonna try and chase my dreams and go into science communication facilitation. And my facilitation also includes doing improv, which I've done improv workshops for LGBTQ plus groups. So I have this like nice little Venn diagram of queerness, all the AI identities essentially, ace, aro, agender, gender fluid, STEM, maths and science, and then also improv when I can sneak it in there. So that's basically me in a nutshell. Sarah.
So for me, I basically, until 2020, so I turned 31 in 2020 to be able to get with context. I assumed I was straight before that point. And then the analogy I have for this is that it's like my 20s was like when you're driving a car and you hear a noise and you think, should I pay attention to that? Should I have that looked at? And then it all disappears and goes, quiet. And you go, oh, okay, maybe it's not a problem. And that happens a few times over my 20s. And then age 31 in 2020, it just got really loud and I couldn't ignore it essentially. And I had to look at it. And that's essentially how I came to realize I was asexual. And I'm somebody who's married. I'm still married to the same person, but I did have that worry about whether it would impact my marriage at the time. So that was kind of one of my sort of initial fears. But in terms of me sort of being open about being asexual, it's actually been an okay ride so far. I've had lots of very supportive people. I was in the right kind of workplace. I was doing inclusion education work as it was anyway. And so that process for me, very fortunately, has actually been a lot more smooth sailing in comparison to maybe some other people. I basically sort of coming out sort of towards the end of 2020, co-founding Aces in STEM with Jasmine Scarlett, who's a friend of mine and Kate's. And I just realized there was this lack of visibility of people like me. And so I wanted to start doing advocacy work in this direction. And so I started doing some more public speaking. I remember starting that. I was invited to speak at STEM LGBTQ and U early 2021. Although at the time, if you look back to the recording, I really am a baby. I'm such a baby at this point. And I have a lot more answers to the questions I was asked then. And there were so many questions I really did not know the answer to in that session. And but that was, that's looking back 5 years ago at this point. I just started doing more public speaking. I've also done bits of consultancy. I've been trying to bring it to different parts of my life as well, the world of education and working inclusive education, into STEM world as well. So in terms of not just thinking about those in the workplace, but also those working or the type of STEM work that we do as well, such as healthcare. So I've kind of been bringing it to different parts of my life, as well as it influencing my existing work, so my science communication work, as well as my inclusive education work as well. It's just that kind of thing, and I think a lot of people would resonate with this. You kind of do a lot of learning and reflecting in your personal life, and it just started coming to different parts of your life, really. So yeah, that's just a bit about my work. There's more I could go into, I can appreciate. But essentially it just came from really lack of visibility, but I'm in a position where I'm safe enough to be out and open. And so that's why I continue to do the work, basically.
Thank you so much. Let's move on. First of all, I have to ask Catherine if those colors are two aspec flags or it's just a coincidence on your background. Yeah, okay. It's an aromantic and an ace flag. I was saying, well, that would be okay.
I just wanted to know if you marked it PhD in maths and physics, and now you're saying, oh, I want to pivot into psychom as well. That is incredible. That's just my small interruption.
This is yeah, I really feel like an intro, I have to say, in the STEM fest. But yeah,
I'll just do my little thing.
I only torture children with Latin, and that's what I do.
I
in my
feel
life.
like that's harder though.
The Latin part or the children part? Like not children,
both at
teenagers.
the same time. I think is harder than a maths physics PhD.
Well, I think the teenager part is the hard one. Latin is easy, and ancient Greek as well. I also wanted to ask you more. I don't think you have already mentioned how you met. Was it through, like, I heard that you both mentioned like science communication, like at some point. So is it how you met?
So I'll say from my side, because I joined, so my friend was, I have a friend, Amy, who was kind enough to promote to me this brand new network, Aces in STEM. I think end of 2020, was it, Sarah? Yeah, okay, great.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
So it was on Discord, it still is on Discord, and joined that, and then that's essentially how I met, because I just, you know, Sarah, as well as Jasmine and another, like, so many great friends just made on that network, and that's how we met. I think it probably helped that I was quite active in suggesting socials, because I'm a very extroverted person, as well as it's the pandemic. So I've got lots of time to be like, okay, I think some of us did RPGs. We did a symposium at some point. There was a TV show we watched on a weekly basis till we finished it. I think it was Leverage. It was just through this like nice little community that we got to meet each other. And then Sarah's definitely been an influence on me in terms of having the encouragement and the resources and a safe place, especially with the whole network, to try and do science communication. So my first proper psychom was making this speed science symposium to try and get whoever wanted in the server to have 5 minutes to share their research or passions or something funny, whether it's a quiz or like, you know, just anything that's just fun. And there was such lovely presentations, and I got to organize and host that and be supported by Sarah and Jazz, and then just continued doing that during the PhD until I was like, well, this is just kind of what I want to do. So it's really lovely. I've got Sarah still in my life as a friend and as someone who is very wise, as well as lots of other friends that I've made through Sarah. I'm sorry, I've made you laugh. So that's my side of the story.
I don't think I quite realized that the speed science. So speed science basically, is it 5 minutes we give people for speed science, isn't it? I don't think I quite realized that was one of the sort of first times you're doing. Okay, I don't think I quite realized it was one of the first times you really did psychom, actually, just you saying that now. So like, wow, that's just really interesting to think about that through the Discord server. But yeah, myself and Jazz set it up because we thought, wouldn't it be really cool to meet other people? And as many ACEs will know, it's really hard to meet and find us at times. The number of times I've had people who said, oh, I know like one or two sort of ACEs in person. And there's many people we tend to, I feel like the ACE community a lot, will be within the online communities, right? And for me, it was really important to have that at the time where I was wanting to ask a lot of questions, and again, thinking about how hard it is to meet us in person. But yeah, that is how myself and Kate met. And now we have, so with ACES STEM, we have almost 500 members. People are all very, still welcome to join the server. It's just for anybody on the asexual spectrum working or studying STEM subjects, as long as you're over the age of 18. And we also welcome questioning people. Something I sort of reflect on in my own experiences is the importance of having space for those who are questioning, who was people, like myself, who needed to talk to other people. Part of why I actually been more was open about it that early on is that I wanted to talk to people about it, because there was quite a bit for me to figure out for myself. And I'm really, really fortunate that I think ACES and STEM was a place where I could ask a lot of questions, but also learn about the diversity of experiences. Because this umbrella is so diverse and so much more than I expected as well. To the point that I think when I first came across the word asexual, I didn't see myself fit under that umbrella at all. You feel like I'm in class in a good way. Thank you for the in a good way sort of clarification there. Really appreciate that. And the other thing I should say is that helps my advocacy work. I've had people. So we did this through, so myself and Kate, one of the bits of what we've done is we did a talk for the Parascience Alliance last year, which is about asexual, aromantic, and agender experiences in STEM. And so we asked people to share their experiences anonymously with us. I've also done that previously for my general, sort of more asexuality speaking. And it has meant that we have had people, we don't know their names, we don't know who you are, who have been willing to share their stories. And that means that I am able to be as informed as possible when doing this advocacy work, because I can speak about myself, absolutely, and understand experiences and still relate to other people. But there are many different stories and experiences out there. So I find that the server itself, but also other people from the community, have been really helpful for doing that.
You're both science communicators. And I just wanted to ask, because not everybody will know this. What does a science communicator do? What is your actual job?
That's a really great question. Kate, do you want me or you to answer this?
I can do either. Do you want to do science and I do maths, and I put in the maths asterisk?
Sure, yeah, sure. So there are so many different definitions to science communication, is what I would say, and every science communicator I feel like has their own. The way I see myself in terms of the work I do is about improving access to science for different people, for different audiences. But people can also see it as intentionally, with the intent of communicating science to different people, different audiences. And that could be with different goals and outcomes as well, whether that's to raise awareness of certain areas of research, to influence people. But for me, I'm somebody who's really passionate about engaging underserved audiences with science as well. Especially when these are audiences who aren't necessarily represented in the world of science, and who does science and who researches science. And by the way, with science, when we say what we mean by doing science, it's not just research, and research is not just within labs. You get people who do things like policy to teaching, but also science communication. So science in itself can be quite a big thing. So the kind of work that I do, so what I've done with my career is been working with young people and working with schools. It started off with working on the STEM Ambassadors program. So this is a UK-based program, and I worked in the Birmingham area for that. And we were connecting STEM volunteers with schools, so to raise the visibility of STEM careers. And then I also worked for a youth charity called the King's Trust. It used to be called the Princess Trust, but then Charles became king. That's the reason why the name changed. And this is where I was working with youth workers to embed STEM into their programs. So I had a youth work sort of background, but also working in the learning development team in terms of developing training. So I just saw things, is it like encouraging people to look into careers in STEM? I would say science communication can involve that, but it's not just that. And I think that's a really important thing to mention, is that, so for me, with engaging young people with science, I think I started off my career, so I just sort of mentioned with that. in terms of encouraging that. But when I actually got that job at the King's Trust, it really influenced why we engage people with science. And I thought about how we can engage with science for lots of different reasons. And it's not just about careers, and with young people as well. And so in terms of me reaching underserved audiences with science, so worked at the King's Trust, then I moved into kind of more science education roles where I worked in inclusion education, and I also started freelancing. And so my freelance stuff, so I've now gone completely freelance. I will do things like science shows for kids. So we do little demos and talks. So you could do that kind of thing. And I do that as somebody who gets hired, let's say, by festivals, like science festivals is a thing. We have quite a bit of in the UK. But I've also done things like training for scientists so they can communicate the science. So you have people who can upskill other people as well. But so talk about the underserved audiences. One project I started kind of started the beginnings of in 2019 for this, is something called STEM for Queer Youth. And so this is where we bring different LGBTQ plus people within the world of STEM into an LGBTQ plus youth group that I volunteer for. So this youth group is for 12 to 19-year-olds. And for me, it was about, yes, as role models. And you could say, oh, promoting STEM careers and encouraging them. And I'd say that could be an outcome, but it's actually not my main outcome for that. Some people might see it as that, but it's not for me. For these young people, seeing different STEM models in lots of different jobs, but also just, queer role models is what I mean, in different jobs is important. But they don't necessarily see a lot of adults like them. And that was kind of one of the things I wanted to address. And so this is something I felt like was addressing that kind of group need, but also bringing these role models would then run interactive activities at the youth group. So for me, did they have a good time with science? Did they have have the opportunity to ask questions and meet someone who is like them? Cool. That's basically what I'm looking for. And the fact that, queer people are underserved in science communication, but also, and we have this to gay and asexual people know this as well, is we have, unfortunately, a history where we've had negative experiences with science. So through the medicalization, pathologization of identity, for example. And so these are the reasons why I do science communication, is for those things, in terms of thinking about who we aren't gauging enough with science, who is not having enough of that say in that kind of way, but also just making science fun. I also, when I do science shows, it's basically being a bit like a children's TV presenter as well. So yeah, so those are the kind of reasons why I do science communication. But I should say there's lots of different types. So there's things like media, to books, to I'm just trying to think of other things off the top of my head. I remember the first time the person who influenced me to go in this direction was somebody I met at a careers evening, and they said to me that they translated plant science research for farmers. So there's different reasons why we might want to do that communication, and there's different audiences. There isn't just the general public. There's lots of different audiences within that. So yeah, so that's very much in a nutshell what I feel science communication is. Lots of different people will define it differently, and it depends what your goals and aims are. But essentially, it's intentionally and go out to intentionally engage people with science. Yeah, Kate, what do you? How does that sound?
There's lots I resonate with, so it sounds really good. I think for me as well, because some of the key points that is it like encouraging people? Yeah, it's I think one of my biggest motivators is also trying to reach underserved communities and just having that feeling that if you enjoy STEM, science and maths, then you can pursue it. I want you to feel like you have that empowerment to do that, especially coming from my own personal experience, because my proudest moment in SciComm came from the end of last year. So I was at an event called Education of Action, and I had finished my PhD last year, became a doctor in July or something, and I was like, all right, that's it, I'm going straight into this. I'm always so happy about that fact. And I was asked, I basically pitched to a outreach lecture group called Education in Action to do a 35-minute set on a maths engagement talk. And there's been something I desperately wanted to do ever since I was writing my thesis, which is so I own over 100 different types of tea. drink tea. So if you come over to my house, I ask you what kind of tea you want, and if you say you don't want English breakfast, you want something else, then it ends up being a very silly conversation of like, here's my collection, let me find a bespoke tea for you. And I've just had this idea of, I'm encouraging from my friends as well, to make a mathematical algorithm to find you your perfect cup of tea in the least amount of questions. Ridiculous, fun, and it was just something that combined a lot of the things I've learned, learning new things, with just something that I would describe as comedy and personal passion. And I gave that to a collective 1,350 A-level students, so like 16 to 18-year-old students last year. And whilst I'm giving this talk and I'm getting some nice like reactions to the groups and all that, one thing, and the thing I'm truly proud of, is I included a section about 1 or 2 minutes, about 5 minutes into the talk, of who I am on stage in front of everybody. And that's basically, I break it down into 4 areas. First is, mathematician, PhD, whatever. Next is science communication, a bit like what I was doing at that point. Then it was my queer identity. And I said, I am, I'm a member of the LGBTQ plus community. I'm these 4 things, ace, aro, agender, gender fluid. I just had that on the screen for a minute, saying I do this kind of activism. And the last one being disabled, because I'm specifically, there's a couple of things, but mainly I'm dyslexic. And that was the thing that almost stopped me from pursuing a PhD, because I was thinking, okay, this is a barrier. I don't think I'm necessarily good enough to do a maths PhD because of my dyslexia. Now, luckily I had intervention, because I was able to do a research project in my undergraduate that convinced me, I'm still brilliant, I can still code, I can still love this, I'll be fine in a PhD. And as a result, I did one and I finished it. So it's that feeling of coming from a typical science background, whether that's because of marginalized characteristics or low income, or not having that much support, but still finding that belief that you can pursue the things you love, whether that's a silly project like making a decision tree about teas, or if that's as grand as trying to get good grades in an exam, or trying to get to university. So it's one thing you said, Sarah, about it's the feeling and the fun. It's also why a lot of the work I do is centered in some form of fun. I'm doing training for a university in 2 weeks on communication training, how to present clearly and confidently. And I'll be honest, it's mostly improv games, because I think if you can link some of the learnings you're doing to something that gets you to laugh and have feel supported by the people around you, then you're more likely to retain it, have a positive association, and move forward to improve it. So for me, that's what science and mass communication is all about, because I think that is what has the most impact. It gives me hope and determination to hear about someone who has a learning disability. That's exactly why I tell people on stage that's who I am, because I didn't have that many role models growing up. The closest I think I had in terms of dyslexia was one poster in one room of my secondary school saying, these scientists might be dyslexic, but we don't know, but they might be. And that helped, but it's nice to have living, breathing examples as well. So that's what fuels me and in Psychom.
By the way, there's been so much tea chat in the comments as well, which I would advise.
Oh, has there? Oh, yeah. If anybody's wondering, I've got a right poet with me in this call.
So I have another question about the Aces in STEM group. Have you found that it's given opportunities for collaboration that might not have happened if people hadn't met in this way? So I was shocked to find my Australian friend, the lovely Stella, who is she's president of the Queer Medical Students Association here in Australia. She's a wonderful asexual advocate, and she said, you got to read this paper that I published, and she co-written it with Sarah, and I was like, oh, yeah, Sarah, like those are just two random ace people that I know that I never would have imagined would have published a paper together. And so, yeah, it made me wonder, you know, does this lead to any collaborations between two people who they're both scientists, but they never otherwise would have met and collaborated together if they didn't happen to have this thing in common that has put them together in the same group?
I think so. Yeah. So I mean, I could talk a bit about that paper first. Would that be the best thing? So yeah, basically So I guess this also kind of links to like the general advocacy work I do as well, in that I was speaking at an event. It was hosted by the Francis Crick Institute in London, and somebody from, I think, who's the chief editor of Nature Reviews Urology was also one of the speakers, and said, hey, for Pride, so in a few months, could you do this? And I went, yes. I mean, to publish in Nature when, I'm somebody who left my PhD in 2012. And I was like, I just never anticipated to ever have that opportunity. But I knew that just having me wouldn't have been enough. And Stella was somebody whose work I'd known about for a while. She's published on asexual inclusion healthcare. Please go read her papers. They're great. And essentially, so there's actually one in particular. I mean, depending, what kind of depth you want, there's kind of one that really, really, really goes to depth, and then one that provides an overview in terms of publications. But she's great, basically. And I also know about how she's also been doing sort of looking at LGBTQ plus inclusion, healthcare in general, with a group she's involved with Australia. So I was just like, I should talk to someone like her, really. And I said, hey, the timeline's short, but do you want to write this with me? And so thank you, Stella, for being willing to say yes, despite the fact that I don't think it was the best timing for her. And I did also not give it was not a lot of time as well. We wrote something together, and we also got some different people to read over it as well, so including another ace friend, Courtney Lane. She's somebody based in the US. I've also worked with her on another thing previously, and she is somebody we actually met through Twitter. Back in the sort of the better days as well. So she's somebody who looked at the paper, and I also had some other friend of mine who also was able to look at sort of the manuscript formatting aspect, because I was somebody who's not an academic who needed access for writing. And yes, Stella is awesome. But as I say, please read her papers. Her work is so good. But yeah, that's definitely one example of a collaboration that may not have ever potentially may not have ever come across about because of ACE and STEM. But Kate, I'm just trying to think, I'm sure there's other things that have happened through the server that I'm sure there have been. I'm trying to think about it.
Comes to mind outside of anything we've done, because that falls in the category, is so considering I had the support to start science speed science, and basically I created that and ran that for the first time, and then I think I passed that on to you the next time, or someone else in the server, but I think it was you. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then I think I was organizing it, but I don't think I was hosting it, but I did present. And then it happened like 2 or 3 times more than that. And I think you went on to, was it a non-binary group to bring that, which...
Yes, we did. Yeah, that's right.
I would say if the starting point was me collaborating with ACEs and STEM and then taking that and bringing it into a different organization, then I think that fits the bill.
Yeah, absolutely. But also just the thing that the server is really good for. So there's the exploring identities, but also it's about navigating careers is a thing that comes up quite a lot. So in terms of people asking for advice for applying for jobs. And I think sometimes about having a STEM space has been really important for that too. And that can depend on your area of work, also where you are, also the context, whether you're academia or industry, for example. But I'm sure, I think there's probably some other things, and I've just forgotten. Yes, Kate.
I've thought of another one. I mean, all the work by Ty Wai, because Ty started a podcast, and many of us from ACEs and STEM have joined in on that. I think Natasha's in Aces in STEM as well, and it's like I feel like there's been a lot of podcast opportunities thanks to that. We did a panel as well. My first queer panel was, I think, a year after the server began, also in the pandemic, and that was you, me, Jazz, a friend who went by V, and Claudia. And there might have been someone else behind that on tech. So we all came together for that. I think the opportunities for it's a place I would be very happy going to say, I want to work on this. Does anyone want to work with this on me, with me? And even the project we've been working on, Sarah, recently, I believe that was one place you went out to get feedback and reviews. And at some point we can talk about that, but I'll let you decide on that one.
Oh, I guess that's a good time. I was also just remembering that. So in 2021 and 2022, it's that kind of thing you do with, just read this word. You're truly starting character with pursuing so to give you inspiration. Oh, thank you. And maybe that's something to come back to later, actually, because I think that's a really lovely thing to say. So thank you so much. Sorry, my brain's in two places. So yes, 2021 and 2022. I basically thought, let's just try something out. Because it was the first International Asexuality Day in 2021. And so I asked people, so not just on the server, but also on Twitter, hey, I would like to raise the visibility of Aces in STEM using this day. I'm going to create these profiles. And I got people to submit information, submit images, whether that's photos of them or illustrations, and also wanting to make sure people can be as anonymous as they'd like to be as well. And so that was another thing I also asked the server about, as well as beyond them. And we posted, I think the first year was 72 profiles. And then the following year was less than that, but I can't remember how many. But that was another sort of source of collaboration there as well, which is people saying, yes, I would like to share my stories and visibly like this, as well as the fact they have that protection of anonymity if they wanted to. That was another thing that came about. So it's really kind of that importance of networks and finding each other, because I think about all the different people I've met, not just in Aces in STEM, but beyond that, because that means you get to do things such as, sorry, I'm just going to do this, feels like product placement or something. It feels like I'm about to say, and the sponsor of today's video is.
And the sponsor for, they're not sponsored. The creation of today is.
Can I only stop you for a second? Bring it a little, because the reflection, the light. Okay, great. Now we can see the product placement effectively. Yes. You may go on.
The low price of free.
It is free. Yes, absolutely.
I want one. Will you mail it to me?
Well, if you want to, you can actually print this out yourself. It is just one side of A4. I just before joining the stream, I actually posted the video on Instagram, but it's one side of A4.
I don't have a printer.
I'm just thinking it might be cheaper, but in terms of mailing to you, it might be actually cheaper to find a local printer instead of all the places.
I put mine in a library. Sorry, Carol.
Yeah. So the other thing I should say is I worked with an illustrator called Elizabeth. She's not named on the back because she didn't want a name. The comeback of zines. That's the other thing, is zines is such a queer thing. I have a zine tattooed to here on my arm because, and there's a story behind that, which I could go into a bit later, but zines are great. So the illustrator we worked with, Elizabeth, I say someone who's not named on the back, but I do want to mention her. We did test this to see if it would be good in grayscale as well. So it can be in color, but also if you want to do it in grayscale, we have sort of checked it to see what that would look like. But essentially, the inspiration behind this, I've had the zine idea for probably a year or even more than that. It only come out to people. And this is really starting to sound like a product infomercial as I just do this.
It's okay. We worked on a project. It's what you got. No, it's a labor.
It's just the way I was introducing it. It's just the way I was just about it. And she's like, "Do you know when this happened?" Is what it feels like. But this is generally what it is.
Lean into it.
So, do you know when you come out to people and you have to do the TED talk about asexuality because people don't?
Yes,
know
I
what
do.
It is? Well, we have the product queue, but yeah, this is essentially where this came about. Is I don't mind doing the TED talk most of the time about and I do say to people, do you want the TED talk about what this is? And I'm prepared for it because you know, some of the times people don't know what that word means, and it's also quite nice when people do. But essentially, the idea behind this is to sort of say, you know, in case you don't want to do that, you can hand a resource to them. And yes, it does rely on having a printer, so that is kind of with that. But having it digitally available means that anybody can download this anywhere in the world, and it is something you can access for free. I did set up the Ko-fi page so that if anybody did want to pay, they are welcome to, and any money raised through that will be going to my friend Jasmine's gender family care fund that they've set up. So it's something where I didn't want any money from it, but I know that some people may want the option to pay. I want that to go elsewhere, basically, not me. So it is so compact and neat, but it's so hard to write about a whole sexuality in such a small form. Like, so just to give you an idea of how many pages, so we got the front page there, and then the next page, we kind of went with the swirly thing. Can't quite read it at the bottom, but it says asexuality is diversity, diverse range of experience. Asexuality is a spectrum and has a diversity of experience. Can't quite read it at the bottom there. But yeah, we wanted kind of a swirly thing to kind of represent a spectrum. And then this was like such a good move. Yeah, this was the hard page because of trying to get like so we went the kind of space ace direction to represent kind of a diversity of experiences. But because this page was so hard in terms of figuring out what content to put in there, thank you. I think Elizabeth's done a really wonderful job on this. So I'm so pleased to have met her. But there's a QR code at the bottom here. And the reason why is that to put the diversity of experiences on these two pages is so hard. And so, yeah, so basically what I've been doing is I've been writing a new resource. So it's something that I actually want to probably look to and change, because it's basically Google Doc at this point, just to kind of represent, and also signposting. Because the thing is that if you're new to something like asexuality, it's a bit overwhelming to be thinking about all the different ways which could be ace. So the point of this Google Doc that's in the QR code here is to drip feed essentially and signpost, because and this is something where, you know, it's come from my experience doing advocacy work, is like you want to think about how much to share at once, which interestingly comes from my skills as a science communicator, because the way I'm approaching my advocacy work, and I think Kate, you'll have this too. And then the final two pages that got here is about compulsory sexuality. Oh, sorry, it's a bit of a shine to put there. There you go. It's with a quote from Sharonda J. Brown, because I found the way that they defined compulsory sexuality on a podcast was so good, and so like exactly what we're looking for. And then it links here with a QR code to ACE in the UK, a report which was said by Yasmin Benoit, who I don't need to explain who Yasmin Benoit is, I feel, because of the audience we've got. But in case you don't know who she is, I know she's on a bit later, but basically probably the most well-known asexual activist that we know of and campaigner. She does incredible work. And yes, so that is the QR code for that there as well. Oh, somebody said, please look at the QR.
There we go,
so,
we'll focus.
Yeah, but unfortunately, because the sun's shining through the window, it's starting to glare out. But what we can do is put a link to the Ko-fi page.
Yeah.
And then as well. See the QR code, which is so more resources. And this is basically a web page which I'm adding to. It's just a web page on my website. And then a little crab there, so I'm going to put it up to the camera, that represents the illustrator, which yeah. So yeah. So little crab. Yeah. So, yeah. It's got our ears in the back. I also want to say thank you to Ace Space London and also Brace, who are based in Bristol. I basically speaking to a couple of the leads of those two organisations who gave us some feedback. So really appreciate it. Yeah, Sharonda J. Brown what's the name of the podcast? I can see if I can go and find it. But I wanted to make sure, because I remember going and listening to the podcast to make sure I got the quote right for this. But yeah, let me see if I can find the link to this. But this is something that we've been working the last few weeks, and would appreciate feedback, because I've never done a zine before. I've done plenty of talking. Do you want to take over?
I was going to say,
the Aromantic one as well.
Yeah, not yet, but maybe that's the next thing to do. To be honest, maybe that's.
Oh, sorry, I saw it. What you had in your hand wrong with the.
Nah,
there's a second sponsor.
Hey, but I mean, it's a great idea. Anyway. Yeah, I'll distract once you get the link. But this was. I'm really proud of, because you're the racer, Sarah. You made this. You came up with this. This is amazing. I helped by editing. Likewise, feedback. please give feedback. I edited this, but also wording is extremely hard. So we had so many conversations on how to word certain parts of this and what information to include. And I hope the community finds it useful and that it's you know, a helpful resource. But it's also so pretty, and I think it's something to be very proud of. And have I stored enough time yet? Not quite.
Kind of.
What else? Oh, what's there? Words are hard. Thank you. But I think the page we ended up having the longest discussions on is there are many ways to be ace, because essentially we boiled it down to about, I think this is slightly outdated, but if it's the same, it's 3 statements, because there are just the spectrum and the umbrella is just so diverse, and we have such a complex, nuanced, and beautiful relation to all of this, to our asexuality, and how that like also intersects with other identities. For example, you know, ARO, or you know, the romantic spectrum, or you know, disability, race, gender. So to try and get some of the key points there is it's both a very interesting and fun exercise, but I'm very appreciative that we had a community behind us to review this. So hopefully this is a good representation of what asexuality is.
Yeah. So I couldn't add the link to the because I can't join the chat from here. But fortunately, the IAD team have done that for me. So thank you so much. Yeah, please download it. And as I say, do not have to pay for it if you're not in a position to. And also, as I say, any money will go towards a gender family care fund with my friend Jasmine rather than myself. There is a really interesting question I've just seen here about social sciences. Thank you. I would say that when in terms of how we define STEM, we've kind of made it as broad as possible. So I know we do have social scientists who are also within the server as well. The way I see it is that it's a bit like with the asexual spectrum, if you feel like you fall under that, you're welcome. If you feel like you fall under the STEM umbrella, you're welcome. Trying to make as open as possible. But the other thing is that you'll find people who will have social science and STEM. So in terms of, I would say in terms of, for example, within healthcare research, you do need to, I think bringing a social science lens is really important in lots of areas of research, but just thinking of that to the top of my head, is that where you have to use the social science research. And this is something I think of as somebody with a science background. Is I studied particle sciences at university, and I also did a master's in systems biology, so that's more my academic background. We didn't really talk about people a lot. The time I did was during my undergraduate degree, where I did an oncology module, which was really interesting. And, you know, we're talking about patients there. So, you know, we are talking about people, but we really didn't talk about people very much. And because, and a lot of the sort of things we studied. And I really wish we did, because, you know, if we're saying that science benefits the world and we do these things in science that benefit people, we need to be talking about people and the different ways in which they can be impacted. So this is why I feel like it really is important for us to be thinking about the social sciences within so any areas of STEM, but also to say within the server, we're like, you're welcome. You're really, really welcome to, and you know, and it's things like the you know, the fact that social scientists will be working in academia, as there will be in different areas of STEM as well. But yeah, I just feel like it's a thing that I really wish I learned more about in my training to be a scientist. So much more, because I always say within science communication as well, how science is not neutral, science is political. And so, you know, the social science approach is really important, basically.
I think basic, because I come from a very, you know, as I said, maths and science, maths and physics background. It's something that I'm learning. Like, I think, luckily I've got a lot of really good influences in my life that come from, you know, a diverse spectrum of science, social science, humanities. But it's, ACEs and STEM is a good place. I think because I don't know. In my head, when I say STEM, really, I just mean, you know, learning. I think very broadly, because, like, you know, whether it's social science, you know, chemistry, even humanity, which you know, like, it's all. I mean, you might be in an institution, you might be outside of it, but it's all, you know, aspects of learning and like these like general structures we have in our society. So, you know, no need to really segment that too much. That said, I am not a social scientist, so I'm not an expert. It's just how I kind of see it's a blurry barrier rather than a, you know, gate capped.
Yeah, and I also just say that that I think there's kind of, I wouldn't necessarily see so STEM or science as too separate away from asexuality as well. Like one classic example of sort of ace research has been, say, in terms of inclusion, healthcare, and thinking about that. But another sort of example of I don't know what I call this advocacy work, maybe visibility is what I'd say, is that I saw, you know, some really great content creators online who make education content about what asexuality is. And that's, I say, really, really wonderful. And I didn't feel like I needed to add to that. There's plenty of people doing that in the space really well as well. And so what I started doing on TikTok, it's kind of where I started, is how could I use science demos, so something I was already doing in science shows, to tell ace stories. And so it's this interesting intersection here with sort of being a scientist, talking passionately about science, and being a science communicator. And then I'm using that to talk about asexuality and ace experiences. So my initial demos were a bit more symbol based. So things like playing cards. I had like a demo where you can have a playing card. So if you put it on top of your hand, put a light object on top. So I put an ace ring on top, and they flip the card away, the ring stays in place, and it's talk about inertia. So started with symbolism. And then I started going into more about the storytelling, about what my experience is like as an asexual person. And so I developed a demo, I think it was in 2022, where it was talk about split attraction model. Now, I will give with the caveat that not every asexual person likes this model, finds it represents them, but I personally found it so useful for me. And I just saw a question come in. We could bring that up shortly. But yeah, so so I started having a look at how we can use, actually I've got some of it here, because I was bringing this demo to a local hub the other day, but how we can use these different colored filters over different colors to talk about how different people experience attraction. And so that's something I explored and looked at and started going in that direction, and having these kind of, also these messagings of sort of things like acceptance through it as well. And so I entered that into a science demo competition in 2022, and this was in a science communication conference that both myself and Kate had gone to, and I go to it, you know, I've gone to every year since 2017, and I presented this as part of the competition there, and I was a bit unsure and people would get it. I essentially came out to a lot of people at once in this big room of like my peers, and then I won the competition. And that was through using some different bits of different colored plastic to talk about the split attraction model, to talk about being asexual to others, and using a little bit of science through there. So yeah, so I guess it's my point. Yeah, I was just trying to say that I don't think that asexuality has to be seen so separate. If that makes sense. So yeah. That was just another thing I just wanted to throw in.
I think that's a good throw in. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, please go on.
There was a comment in the chat that I would love to respond to, which is, what do you think about disabled asexual content creators? And I want to just, it's quite a short point, but brings me joy. Brings me a lot of joy when normally I either follow somebody because they're disabled and then later on I find they're ace, or the other way around. And it helps a lot because for me, some of my disabilities relate to my ace experience. You don't necessarily, there isn't like a causation or a correlation, but it's more like the intersection of experiences. When we did our community survey on asexual, aromantic, and agender identities, we had proportion of people who are disabled say, yeah, they experience the intersection and they relate their identities with the disabled characteristics. And then other people say, nah, they're separate and I'd rather, you know, be seen that way as separate. And so you can have it both ways. I think some of mine I see is connected, some of them I don't. So to have people out there sharing those experiences, I really admire. Sometimes for me, I find it difficult to talk about both at the same time because they're both very deep and nuanced conversations. But given the platform, I definitely would. But also, I'd want to platform other people because it's such a they're two massive umbrellas. That's the thing. There's two massive amounts of you know, diversity in these two characteristics that. I can talk about my experiences, but you know, it's one thing I really value in mine and Sarah's talks, where we often source, usually anonymously, quotes from like the community members and say these are the experiences lived by them. I want to, at some point, I'd love to do a talk or like a seminar style thing that's just based on asexuality or identities and disability. But to be honest, from the community survey, I do think I would need a bit of support because I don't have the greatest social media reach. And I think that social media seems to be a very powerful tool in getting the voices of people who otherwise wouldn't have their voice out in activism spaces. At least that's my opinion on social media and all this, Sarah. I don't know if you agree, disagree.
I think it depends, really. One thing I did see in the comment section, I mentioned of Courtney Lane, and she's a person I think is important to highlight here. So she founded Disabled Ace Day, which is the Wednesday of Ace Week. And so and you know, she's somebody who's I know that the first time I think that day was marked, I think she collected some stories through that way. So I think it kind of, social media can be a way to reach people, but it's about those networks, isn't it? If you don't mind me asking this question, what do you feel you wish people talked more about or highlighted more within the disabled ACE experience?
Lovely, thank you. Oh, that's such a good question. Some of my characteristic, like there's some commonality between characteristics and there's some things that are completely separated. I'd like people to not make assumptions. That's the biggest thing. Because at the end of the day, it's all incredibly nuanced. Sometimes the interplay changes day by day, because that's just my experience of both of these two identities. I'm very happy to have a partner and a language with him that I've developed that means that really reflects and is really clear on how that changes. But it's never black and white. Just as a quick little resource, and maybe one day I'll make a zine of this. There's and I'll try and make it really quick because I know we've got 5 minutes left. One thing that helps me and my partner a lot, especially at the beginning of our partnership, because he's not ace, but it's an asexual partnership because I'm on the side of ace where I'm sexopole. So that's, you know, touch is not what I really want. But also sometimes, you know, hugs will be good and some days hugs will not be good. Sometimes holding hands will be good. Sometimes holding hands will not be good. We have something called the bubble tea menu, where basically attraction and contact and intimacy is laid out similar like a menu in a bubble tea restaurant, where you'd have different components of the menu where maybe the category is sweetness. And then the question is, do you want 60%, 0%, 100%? And essentially that can be a case of, cool, if you want a certain flavoring, is that holding hands? Is it like skin contact? Is it fabric contact? And if you are like, yeah, that's on the menu, I'm happy to hold a hand. Okay, how regular do you want that contact? Is that 0%, 100%? You know, it's a really bad short way of explaining that we kind of treat intimacy as a whole, like, breakdown of categories and then figuring out what's on the menu and to what degree is it on the menu, for us to basically figure out what's right for us in that moment, because we're always asking for consent and we're always checking in. These days we're 4 years into a partnership. Our anniversary is next month, so we don't really say it all that much, but our phrase was what's your menu like, and then we'd go from there. Also, just a real quick plug, my ACE ARO experience, because we don't talk about ARO that much. There's a Spotify podcast episode on the Story Collider. This is for Pride of last year, so 2025. And this is, I'm featured on there with my asexual aromantic love story, which is me saying my journey from accepting that I'm ace and understanding that to realizing I'm aromantic. And then plot twist, my best friend of all these years have said, I've developed romantic attraction to you. And then we're trying to navigate relationship anarchy, essentially, to find what's right for us. So that might be just a nicer, longer description of all of this. For anyone, but yes, they do have a website. In fact, I'll try and find a link in the next 3 minutes as I pass it on to you two, because I realize we're wrapping up.
I found it.
Whoa, this is a level of efficiency that is like unimaginable. Well, I also, I think that Catherine has to leave in 2 minutes. So I think we'll have to wrap up. Also, we have another panel at 9 UTC. I don't see the guests yet, but I hope they'll come. And I wanted to say this presentation, this panel was amazing. I'm sad because there are so many questions I would have want to ask you, and there was no time. I just wanted to say that if I had the time, I would have asked you about the intersection between your science communicator job and background and advocacy, because when Sarah described it resonated. It seemed to me that there was a lot of intersection. We will have to see each other again next year, I hope.
Yeah.
I really hope that you will want to have another place at the table here. And one last thing, if I can, I have 1 minute that I have been ruminating this thing for 30 minutes. What he said about almost not pursuing a PhD because of your dyslexia, I wouldn't have went for that path that way for the discussion, because this was technically about asexuality. So I would have said, okay, you have about asexuality. But since now we are in the last minute, I just wanted to say that I think it's very important, and it also relates to what we do as activists. Like, you are doing ACEs in STEM because so you're giving an example and a point of reference to people in STEM to know that there are asexual or aromantic person around. And it's sometimes it's the same with disabilities. We shouldn't be tasked with being role models all the time, but when we want to do that, it's very important. And that is very important. And I say that I've been included here because I'm not I don't have a background in STEM, but I am a high school teacher, and let's out and proud as an neurodivergent person, because I have so many teenager with ADHD in front of me who have never seen an adult with a job and a degree saying, I have ADHD. And so sometimes when we do that, it has an impact that is very important. So I just wanted to say that what you said before was inspiring and amazing. And I really love that you wanted to share it.
If you to tell your students who have ADHD, I can tell them that whilst we've all kind of moved on, at Imperial College London, is one of the big name universities in the UK, my research group was pretty much entirely neurodivergent. We had people with ADHD, autism, dyslexia doing quantum mechanics. And if we can do some kind of wacky topic like that, I think anyone can. Thank you so much. I need to get dash off, but this has been lovely.
I just came back to say goodbye and thank you so much for coming in. I'm sorry that I had to disappear. I just was in pain. like chronic pain. Hi to all my chronic pain buddies out there. Thank you again for coming in, and thank you for the work that you do. And I think it is time to bring in our next panel. Have they arrived?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye, Catherine. Bye, Sarah. Juno, I'm going to add you to the stage. And correct me, of course, if I say anything, if I pronounce any name wrong. Victoria, I'm going to add you to the stage, but I don't think it's wrong. Okay, I'm adding you to the stage. We are missing Nico. Oops. Who was the proponent of this?
Hello, it's good to see you all.
You too, hi.
Let's wait for Nico a bit
more.
more.
I'll just wait here until, just to help with the transition. But our streaming numbers have gone up again, which is good.
Yeah, at some point there was like something happening.
What time is it in East? What time is it where you are?
11 a.m.
11 a.m.
For me, it's 5 p.m.
5 p.m. You must be quite close to me in time zone, because it's 7 p.m. here.
Where are you?
I'm in Australia.
Oh, so I'm waving to you. I'm in Kuala Lumpur.
Oh, hi. Yeah, we're not so far away from each other. We can reach out and see each other.
I'm going to reach out to Nico on Instagram.
While you're doing that. So my time passing question to everybody has been, what's your favorite thing about being asexual?
Juno, you want to start?
Can you repeat, please? Because I think my...
What is your favorite thing about being asexual?
Oh, God. I think it's just the freedom that you don't really have to worry about, finding a sexual partner and things like that. Yeah, it's just not on your mind. I think that's my favorite. Victoria?
Yeah, I love that answer.
For me, I love that when I discovered that I'm asexual, I was in my 30s. I had been asexual before, but I didn't have words for it, the usual stuff. But for me, it didn't give me freedom for not looking for a partner, because I didn't look for a partner before either, but it gave me community, it gave me words, it gave me freedom to be who I am, to express myself. And I think it gave me a totally different view of society around us. And I'm not sure if I had gotten this if I hadn't discovered that I'm asexual.
It does give you freedom. I mean, I cried for 4 hours when I realized I was asexual. But, once I got that all out, and dealt with that shock of coming, after that, it was hugely relieving to have everything make sense to you, and I think freedom is a great word to describe that. You've lost all of that burden to try and fit in, and now you just have the freedom to be who you are.
Wow, it's so exciting to listen to you, Kate, because I always cry. I mean, I watch Lion King for the 100th time and I cry, but when I discovered I'm asexual, I did not cry at all. The only thing I felt was, okay, now I know why when I met this guy, I liked him, but I didn't like him the way everyone wanted me to like him. So it only gave me this feeling of relief, and then finally, no crying. Maybe I should have.
I had a very unusual coming out story.
That's very interesting.
Because I thought I was a lesbian, and then I met a man, and so even though I thought I was gay, I started going out with this man, and who I wasn't sexually attracted to, but we started dating anyway because we thought there was a romantic attraction there. So that was an unusual situation in the first place, and we'd been going out for about 18 months, and he was awful, just but the one thing I will not say that he was bad about was even though it sounds really bad. We were having one of those like state of our relationship conversations about 18 months in, when he said to me, you know that you are not gay, you are asexual. And that's when I cried. Are we still waiting for Nico? Or are you going to go ahead?
Okay, so can I? Thank you. I contacted Nico, who is unfortunately having technical problems.
Okay, so you're going ahead. All right.
He can't connect his. Okay, he can't connect his browser, and then his browser froze. So he's going to try using another one. But I think since we are 1 hour panel, I wouldn't want to like wait around for technical issues.
All right, you go ahead, and I will say goodbye.
Okay, bye. And so some people are responding to your feelings. I find it very interesting. I cry watching Wall-E every time, the beginning, but I wouldn't say I cried when I realized I'm asexual as well. So food for thought. Anyway, I think we are gonna start with Poland and Hungary. It's ironic that poor Nico is not here, while Nico was the proponent of this meeting. I just want to introduce the meeting. Nico sent an entry to ACES Never Sleep forum, asking to do maybe a spotlight on Slovakia. But also they really wanted a panel to talk about the experience of asexuality in Eastern Europe, because they mentioned that sometimes in the simplification and generalization of Europe equals good for queer people. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's me and Victoria and Juno in this. Yeah, I'm not from Eastern Europe, but I wouldn't say that Italy is at the top of its queer game at the moment. But yeah, there is this idea that Europe is the Western world wants to present itself as this safe haven. And Nico said, sometimes I think that something gets lost about the experience of asexuality in Eastern Europe. So we wanted to discuss that a bit, but I think we can start before asking you to introduce yourselves and briefly introduce what you do in your country, what you do what's your activism, your ace activism, what are maybe the specific struggles you see as an asexual person in Hungary or in Poland. And we will hope that Nico can join us, and if not, we will gift Nico with a wonderful panel from Poland and Hungary, and then next year we will do the one with Slovakia as well. So, Victoria, do you want to start and tell us more about the group you're part of, the advocacy you do?
Yes, thank you. Well, our group is the only Hungarian group which works for asexual people and visibility. Surprise, surprise. Hungary is a relatively small country. We have a bit under 10 million people. But we have more queer organizations, but for the letter A, it's only us. Our official organization is 8 years old, and we have, in the official organization, we have about 20 members, which I know sounds not like a lot, but for us it is. It is, thank you. Our social media groups, our Facebook group is a lot bigger, and it's of course older than 8 years old. What we do is, let me start with the thing I am most proud of. As far as I know, we organized 3 years ago our planet, the world's, the universe's first asexual pride. I tried to find out if there had been other ace prides, and I really don't think so. I couldn't find anything, not online, not asking. So let's go for that. This was the first one. more than 160 people came, and again, it can sound like not so many people, but it was the first one. It was in April. It was a bit raining. You know, Hungarians, when it's cold, they stay at home. When it's too hot, they stay at home as well. So they always find something so they can stay home. Apart from that, unfortunately, we haven't been able to organize the Ace Pride in the years after the first one, but we have not given up, and we'll try to do it next year. This year, well, obviously it's too late for that. Apart from that, since Hungarians don't really speak languages, we are trying to raise awareness in Hungarian. We have translated materials into Hungarian, and we have written our own materials in Hungarian. Of course, we are trying to have meetings, picnics, a bit of fun. It's not that easy because, as I guess you can imagine, everyone works for us for free. It's after work, it's after studying, it's after everything else. So our group is not really active at the moment. We could be more active, but we're working on that. And in 2 months, we're going to have a great ACE picnic during Pride Month in Hungary.
Do you accept foreign intruders? Can I come from Italy?
Come. Of course, we're looking forward to it. I can send you.
I really tried to bring my friends to the first Ace Pride, but they were lazy. Oh God, there's Nico.
Nico is coming.
Let's see. Nico, I'm adding you to stage.
Hi, I am so sorry. I had to restart my computer 3 times to get it to work. I'm so sorry.
We applaud your determination. We just introduced the panel, and we were doing a round of introducing ourselves and introducing, the guests are introducing themselves. I've been here for 20 hours. I've been here the whole time. Juno, is it pronounced Juno or Juno?
In Polish, Juno, but in English, Juno, because
Juno is fine,
that's more natural.
It's IAD, so Polish comes before English. So Juno, do you want to tell us something about
both.
the situation,
for sure.
Aspect advocacy? And I have no idea who's.
Yeah. So first of all, I wanted to say. Oh, sorry. Okay. First of all, I wanted to say, Victoria, 20 people is plenty. I don't think if we've ever had 20 people in Aspera, even though we have 4 times as much people in our country. Much as you do in Hungary, in Poland, we also very much focus on providing materials about asexuality in Polish, mainly online, because but we also each year we send out the pamphlets about asexuality to anyone who asks, and that's a great initiative. It's pretty easy to implement because you just print the pamphlets in bulk, and sending them by national post is relatively cheap. So if anyone wants to take inspiration from that, I encourage you. So that's one thing. And another, I think one of our greatest works is providing courses about asexuality to psych specialists, so therapists, psychiatrists, psychologists. They are not free for them, but that's if someone is a competent professional psychologist, they do seek out these courses, right? If they want to further educate themselves. So that's really working well for us because they're willing to spend the money, and that's how we fund much of our other activity that's free for people.
What is your trick? How do you get all these professionals?
To be honest, one of them we advertise on Facebook. I don't know how much it's doing that, but we also have a group on Facebook, and I think that just word of mouth does a lot. because yeah, I think I haven't heard anyone who would complain about the course. I don't organize it personally because I'm not a professional. We have 4 amazing hosts for that, all professional psychologists. And yeah, I think it must just be great and speak up for itself. I think. Yeah, so that's the thing, and one of the things that we found with the money that we get from the courses is providing free psychological help, just like on an ad hoc basis, right? Like not a regular therapy, but if an asexual person is in a crisis, they can reach out to us and have an hour or a few hours, so whatever they need with one of our I don't know how to say it in English. Yeah, the psychologist who works with us. So this, I think these are the main ones. We also try to participate in general Pride events just to increase our visibility inside the queer community, but that I think it's I don't think there's so much need for that. I think that asexuality has made home for itself within the queer community over the past few years. So in that area, we just maintain our presence. And I think, yeah, that's pretty much it. Most of it.
Thank you so much. If I may, I think 2 years ago, I have already expressed how I am an absolute fun girl or fun whatever for what you do in Poland, because like you are my dream goal. When I grow up, I want to be a Polish ace activist because you do so many amazing things, and I really want to be you one day. Anyway, before giving like a speech to Nico, pass the mic to Nico, I need to have 30 seconds to say this. I don't mean to perpetuate stereotypical images of Italy, but I had to close my window because of the noise outside, because there's apparently a tractor parade in the street, and I had to put on earplugs and close the window because I couldn't see what you were saying. This is amazing, I'd say.
Give them an ace flag so they can wave it around.
Yeah, no, I'm not. This is mine. But yeah, that would have been a good idea, but I don't exactly live in a very accepting, queer accepting city in Italy, so I would probably avoid. Nico, tell us something more about what you do and how maybe also the specificities of being ace or aspec, since you work on aromanticism as well in Slovakia. And also then if you want to like introduce why you wanted to have this panel, what was that you wanted to discuss, and why you felt it was important to have this moment.
Hi everyone, I'm Nix or Nico, I go by both, and I am from Slovakia, and like 3-ish years ago I started my Instagram, which back then it was called Asexualita po Slovensky, which means asexuality in Slovak, but I kind of rebranded it like this past autumn in 2025 to also include Aro stuff, because I was also posting about that and I felt like that needed to be included as well. I am not an organization. That's like first things first. Like compared to I think everyone else here, I work, I'm not saying on my own, but because that's not true. And but it's not any like formalized thing. It's right now it's me posting sometimes on social media. We also have a website that last year we launched thanks to funding from Queerco, which was EU funded. It was organized. It was like a workshop for queer activists who got some funding to do some sort of project, and our project was website. Hi. I see the comments, so hi. Yeah, and what we mostly do, well, I mostly do education on the social media and on the website. I try to make asexuality more known in Slovak spaces, because we don't really have any sort of information about it. Like sometimes people write an article to the news about it and that's it. And that's like once every couple of years. And it's not always the most fortunate way to do that. But what we also kind of focus on, and this is where the we comes in, is community building, because right now that's, I guess, the most feasible thing we can do. And I am very proud to say that I helped build a community, a very like living, thriving community. It is focused mostly on Bratislava, which is very sad. That's the capital city of Slovakia, and a lot of activism and community building, especially the queer stuff, is focused there. But it's very difficult to build a community in a place where I'm not from, or where I don't know many people. And I always like encourage people to also try, like, I can help with promotion and stuff, but I can't really organize anything in other places where I don't know anyone, where I don't know where to go. But yeah, right now we are focusing on that. I will also be launching later today a survey. Hello, hello, more people from Slovakia. I will also be launching a survey about asexuality and aromanticity in Slovakia, so that we can actually have some data. Because if we don't have data, we can't really work, can't really do much. And I'm mostly approaching this from the academic perspective, because that's kind of what I do. I realize that there's definitely more aspects to it, which is why I want to eventually in the future have a more formalized or more better community, that we can have people who focus more on the community stuff, people who focus more on like policy advisement and stuff like that. It just right now it doesn't work like that. But we also have an event today which will include discussions and reading of literature, and that's amazing.
Thank you so much. I see a comment that is, being queer in general is made so hard by many Eastern European governments. Hope at least Orban is soon history, so Hungary can have legal pride parades again. You seemed like optimistic on that.
I'm trying to be optimistic.
Okay.
And look, being from Hungary, it's very hard to be optimistic, but there's elections on Sunday. And yeah, fingers crossed. I don't think Hungary will become a queer paradise if the opposition wins. But yeah, thank you. We need that. We need all the energy. Yeah.
Well, so I wanted to point in the direction of the panel. Like we mentioned it earlier, Nico proposed this panel, and we tried to look for other people from Eastern European countries. Nico, I don't know if you want to introduce, say what you said in the form and why you think this is important. So I leave the floor. It feels strange to repeat your words while you are here. So
I don't remember exactly what I said, but that's it's probably something I generally say, and that Eastern Europe is kind of like on the margins of everything. Like we aren't fully European. Like we are in Europe, depending, of course, on how you draw the borders and stuff. But when someone says Europe, they don't exactly imagine Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, Czechia, or something even further eastern, Ukraine, Romania, the Balkans. That's not what comes to mind. So when it comes to like, oh, we are, and we don't even like focus on purpose on Europe usually when it's just the default of Eurocentrism and whatnot, but it's still Western European centrism. So when people try to correct it, they put spotlight deservedly on other places that do need the spotlight. Absolutely, and they definitely worked very hard to get that, and they need that spotlight. It's just that whenever something is about Europe, it's about Western Europe, maybe Northern Europe, and the Eastern Europe, it's somewhat different. Like when people say, "Oh yeah, Europe," that thinking of Western Europe, that's like more queer. That's queer friendly. It's like queer safe space, kind of, is the vibes I get, especially on the internet from people who aren't from Europe. But Europe is a bit more than just the Netherlands. Let's say we are also in Europe, and we are. I know Hungary, Slovakia, also Poland. We are far from queer friendly, especially like under these governments that we have right now. Yeah, sorry.
No, sorry. I didn't want to speak. I just wanted to add that, yeah, also outside of Eastern Europe, there are some places that are not exactly queer paradises. I don't remember if I mentioned to you that I'm from Italy, and like we have like a neo-fascist government right now, which is fun. And so sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, I didn't mean to imply that everywhere, like in outside of Eastern Europe, is like queer friendly or anything. It's just that it's this idea that Europe as a whole is a safe space and whatnot, but I feel like Eastern Europe is kind of like on the margins of what we mean by Europe and is forgotten a little bit. And once every now and again, I think it's nice to put spotlight on that as well, because it's quite forgotten within at least Europe.
I don't know if either Victoria or Yuna wanted to like add on this and comment on this. What is your perspective on what Nico proposed as the topic for this one?
I totally agree with what Nico has said, and we have some contacts with queer communities in Northern Europe, Western Europe, and they are a lot better off. Still no paradise, of course, for ace people, aromantic people, queer people. But when I compare Hungary to other like better off European countries, I always feel like, okay, we still have a very long way to go. But I would like to say that I started activism 10 years ago, and I can see that so many positive things have happened in Hungary. So I don't want to say that it's still as gray and as bad and as hellish as it used to be, but it's still bad, it's still gray, it's still hellish. But I think there is, despite all the things that are still not very well, there has been like really there are lots of challenges, obviously, but it's really going for the better, I hope. And I can see all the changes. I can see even inside the queer community. When I started being an ace and aromantic as well activist, no one knew what that was. And still people tend not to know, but they have a lot more information. We have had an ace picnic during Pride months in Hungary for 5 years, and it's supported by Budapest Pride. So that is a positive change. On the other hand, I unfortunately have to be a real Eastern European now, and I have to complain and be very negative and only say bad things. Please take it with a grain of salt, or maybe even with like a lot of salt. But I still have to say that in Hungary, when we talk about queer people, we talk about gays, lesbians, maybe bisexual people. Trans people have a very hard time in Hungary at the moment. And aces come last, and they are just straights who cannot get laid in many, many circles, even in feminist circles, queer circles, and so on. It's getting better, as I have said, and I don't want to sound very negative. We have gotten lots of support from other queer organizations, but still, just to give you an example, the oldest queer organization in Hungary still doesn't use the letter A, because asexuals and aromantics and agender people, they just exist. Who cares about them? So we don't really have numbers in Hungary. We don't know data about Hungarian aces because there is no one to do research. No one, the organizations that would have the resources, they don't care about us.
Did you want to add something on this?
Yeah, that's very sad thing to hear. In Poland, we don't really have that problem because, yeah, as I mentioned in my presentation, in Poland, asexuality is now pretty much embedded in the queer community. And that is, on one hand, it's a wonderful thing because we can, at least in some ways, benefit from some protections that may be protections or booms, should I say, to queer community. At the other hand, though, this makes us also more dangerous, right? Because we align ourselves with queer community, so to all the queer phobes, we become a target, just like the rest of the community, right? So yeah, both things are bad, but of course we just that's what we have to go through because we are part of the queer community, and I hope that this will change in Hungary sooner rather than later, because that's I can't really imagine that being excluded from literally everywhere, right?
I kind of feel that in Hungary, aces are very much targeted, even though they are not always considered part of the queer community. But still, Hungarians can target whoever. It's they are not only racist and misogynistic and homophobic, they are everything phobic, which is not the way they expect people to be. Yeah. So just being invisible doesn't always protect us. Because usually aces say, well, I can just keep a low profile, I can be invisible, and then I'm going to be safe. No, not really. It gives you a kind of protection, I agree, in many, many instances, many situations, but not all the time.
Following up, I think, on what Victoria mentioned before, there's a question in the chat, like about the invisibility and not having the resources, especially when you are ignored by bigger organizations. Have you ever discussed doing community unfunded volunteer research for asexuality? This question is open to anyone. Nico, I will follow. Okay, wrong hand. This. So I go, Nico, Victoria, Nico, please.
That's actually what I am trying to do right now. Because as I said, I am very much into research, into academia. I do that in my free time because I am that kind of nerd. And now I'm at university where I have the resources in the university library to, access all the different research so I can build a lit review for that. And I have done one little survey last year before deciding to do a website, because that's part of when you're trying to organize or manage some sort of project that is supposed to serve a community, you kind of need to know what the community needs. So we conducted a very small survey with a sample size. It was something just above 30 people. So officially considered large enough for some stuff in statistics, but rather small still. And that's, I think, the first quantitative knowledge about ACEs in Slovakia. And it was mostly focused on, hey, what do you think we would benefit from the most? And right now I am planning to do something that's more about the situation. So more about the actual ACE demographics, and also ARO demographics, more about the experiences, especially focusing on different types of ACE phobia and aerophobia with the ARO part. And yeah, I am going to do that. I will, and I do have some assistance from people who are helping me with all the stuff. But yeah, I am doing that because yeah, we need the data, and for me it's fun anyway. But I do have to say that all of this is very, like, it's not easy. Doing research, analyzing data, it's not at all easy, especially when you also have other stuff. Like, I'm a full-time student, I'm also looking for a job, and I'm also doing these activism stuff on the side. So yeah, it requires a lot of time, a lot of different people being able to cooperate together, which on research is very difficult with multiple people. But yeah, it's something that I think is, if we need the data, then I guess that's our only resort.
Victoria?
So the really big queer organizations who would have the resources, as I have said, they don't care about us. Having said that, I have to say that in generic queer researches, sometimes we get some mails asking how they could include ACEs. So it's getting better, but it's still generic. I have written 2 master's theses about asexuality. And I know of people who are younger than me who are either writing a thesis about asexuality or are planning to write. So that's a first step. Because I totally agree, we need data. Otherwise, without data, I can tell you about what I think, which is a very limited view. Usually, right now I'm not in Hungary, but I live in the capital. So obviously that is my limited view. And it would be very important to know what ACEs in other parts of Hungary think, what ACEs who are not aromantic as I am think. And I think in our Hungarian community, we have the problem that many ACEs themselves do not see all the prejudices or the stereotypes. It is very, very common in Hungary, even in the ACE community, to say, well, I'm ACE, I just don't have sex, and no one gives a shit about that. This is actually, I'm very happy if someone has this experience, and I'm very happy if they really think that's true. And I'm really happy they have a great life and they have never had anything bad. This is not my personal experience. And as I have said, I move in queer circles, feminist circles, and even there, I can see lots of prejudices. And many times it's not very open. Many times it's kind of hidden, and many times people who are prejudiced, they are not trying to be. They are not trying to be assholes to me. They are trying, oh, but you're such a nice girl. You could find a partner. You know this narrative. Okay, first of all, I do not identify as a woman. I don't want a partner, so please keep your heteronormativity to yourself. But usually you have the rude people who want to hurt you, and you have all these well-meaning people who just want to help you, even though you don't want to be helped. And I always think, like this picture, the old lady standing on the street and someone tries to help her over the street, even though she doesn't want to cross the street. So I'm kind of this old person, and many ACEs are.
If you want to add something.
Yeah, so when it comes to research, I think in Poland, again, the situations is the best out of our 3 countries because we are included in the general queer research. there is one especially important questionnaire that goes out everywhere about the well-being of queer people in Poland, and we are included in that, and we also promote that questionnaire. So that's a big thing. And as Victoria said, we also have many young people who do their bachelor's or master's thesis about asexuality. I know because they post to our Facebook group, which is like the biggest resource for them, right? And we had maybe even up to 10 this year, like in the past year, not in 2026, in the past year, that I can think of, something like that. So it's not nothing, right? And the other big strive that we, I don't know if that's the right word. The other big thing that we managed to accomplish, I don't know, I'm not sure if it's finished, but researchers from Jagiellonian University were working along with some of our members about adapting the asexuality questionnaire. I'm not sure about the full official name, but that's like, yeah, the questionnaire that lets you identify pretty much whether someone is asexual, right? So we were adapting this to Polish in like the full scientific professional way, right? So that's a big thing. I don't think it's fully out yet, but yeah. so we don't. There isn't that much need for community unfounded work because we managed to do that in a more professional capacity. Fortunately, there is still a long way to go, of course, but we're doing the work.
Wow, amazing! Thank you so much for this. There are some other questions in the chat, but first of all, since we had a slow start due to technical issues, and we have 15 minutes left, I wanted to ask you something more about like the central, let's say, core topic of the chat. From what I understood, Nico, correct me if I'm wrong, the problem is that like there's this idea of Europe that keeps Eastern Europe at the margins. And so when people talk about Europe, they're not thinking about any country that is Eastern Europe, but then they think when thinking about France, Germany, or Sweden, they have thought about what the situation is in all of Europe. And there's no need to further discuss and further pay attention and put the spotlight on specific situations. What I wanted to ask first is what you think would be useful to go in another direction, to try to at least, I'm not saying solve this problem, but tackle this issue. Or if you want to see in another way, what is something you would really want the European audience or the European population or ace community, if you want, to keep in mind about the specificity of the Eastern Europe experience, or I don't know how they can shut up or how we can shut up. So the question is that, like, what would you want to tell the rest of Europe to pay attention about in this context? Always same order, Nico, Victoria.
That's a very good question. For me, I think what's very important is to basically let us have a seat at the table when we're discussing queer situations or queer rights. Let's not dismiss us with, oh yeah, it's Europe, it's all good, because it couldn't be further from the truth, not just in Eastern Europe, but as you said, also in Italy, also as someone there mentioned, in the Balkans, and even further east than our basically V4 situation is. But also, I think it would be nice to keep some sort of nuance here, because yes, the queer rights situation is not great. It's suboptimal to I am cushioning it. Yeah, it sucks. At least I know in Slovakia, I'm pretty sure also Hungary is worse than us. For now, knocking on wood. But also, yeah, keep the nuance, because, well, yeah, it sucks. There's also some good things. We do have activism. We have different movements, different efforts, different organizations that are actively making things better. And I feel like whenever it's Eastern Europe, it's either completely forgotten, not actively ignored, it just that doesn't come to mind, or it's dismissed like, oh yeah, those are the backwards, patriarchal, racist, misogynist, nothing new to see. Like, yeah, there's plenty of people like that here. It doesn't mean that there are no genuine efforts to make it better. There are, and their efforts should be also highlighted, I think, because they're doing a lot of work that is invisible if we decide to either ignore our area completely, or if we dismiss our area with, oh yeah, those are basically the stupid backwards people who have no hope of ever being better. And yeah. I hope I didn't just jinx the Hungarian elections.
Well, I think I would say we just need inclusion, but that's obviously easier said than done. And I think since we have this Eastern European plus ACE perspective, it's even harder, because since we are very much marginalized in our own country, of course we are marginalized in the bigger picture as well. And for me, it would be just, choosing words. It would mean so much, but obviously we come from a society where we get words from when we are really small, and it's even hard for me as an aromantic ace person to not slip back into this patriarchal kind of speech, because this is what I grew up with. I heard it for more than 30, I don't know how many years, without really reflecting about it actively. I did reflect about it, but it was very hard. So obviously it's really hard, and I do not expect other people, I do not expect straight people or other queer people to know what words to use from the start, but I kind of expect them to make an effort. And I think if we can see that they make an effort, that would be already the first step. And just a very, very short story about Hungarian elections. So the opposition guy who now has a chance of winning, he never talks about queer issues. Either he doesn't because he knows that his voters are very conservative like himself, and of course he needs as many votes as possible, or because he genuinely doesn't care. I don't know. But while I was brushing my teeth the other day, I was listening to one of his interviews, and he said in just half a sentence, for our government, it will not matter how you love other people, how you love your partner. And I was like, okay, that is accidental ace support. Because I do not feel romantic love, but I feel so many other kinds of love. I don't really think he wanted to talk to aces especially, but it gave me a bit of hope.
Okay, so what I will add, going back a bit to the original question, right? How should we help the situation that Eastern Poland is including from Eastern Europe is excluded from talking about Europe in general? I would go as far as to say that talking about whole continents is very much reductive in that discussion, maybe with the exception of Australia, because even in Americas and in Africa and Asia, each country is different, right? It's not just Europe thing. So maybe trying to go away from discussing like you can say that in general Africa is worse, Europe is better, right, in very general terms, but that doesn't really tell you much, right? Still, so yeah, maybe trying not to talk about continents in general. That would be my proposition. Because yeah, even when we look even at the countries like United States, right, they're pretty much one country in theory, right? But it's not equal everywhere. And even in smaller countries, I bet, like Hungary, Slovakia, and Poland, it's also not the same in the whole country. So when we expand that to talking about whole continents, we really lose, all of that nuance. So just don't talk about whole continents.
Yeah, that's an excellent advice. But I want to ask something back to you. I think that chat is gonna hate me because there are questions that people wanted to ask. So I will probably send you the questions, and if you want, you can like answer us on like Instagram or wherever in the following days. I'm sure you have a lot to do today. But what I wanted to ask is that, tell me if I'm wrong. Something I noticed in these years is that this tendency to lump all Europe together has a weird and, for me personally, unexpected consequence that, like, we don't talk to each other. Because even in the ace community, and I'm meaning in the ace community, for example, I know maybe I'm misrepresenting it, but as far as I knew, at least some years ago, there was some communication between different countries in Southern America, for example. In Asia, there are some networks to communicate between different Asian countries and discuss ACE or ASPEC issues across all the continent. Because yeah, you're right, we shouldn't talk about an entire continent, but sometimes there are some specificities or some struggles that it's better to tackle together. We are very different, but we are in a way linked by the fact that we have some form of higher political structure that is technically in common, and that is technically something we can appeal to sometimes to when our rights are attacked. But while I saw things like this in Asia and Southern America, we don't talk to each other much in Europe. There are a lot of very lively, very strong ACE or ASPEC groups across all Europe, but we don't cooperate much, which is a problem, because we have that political structure above us that we could try to tackle together, but also because there are a lot of LGBT organizations that are European based. And so if we want to make our voices heard, cooperating together would be a good idea, probably. But we do that much more rarely. And I personally have the idea that the issue comes from the fact that, like, we are all lumped together. So then we think, well, yeah, there's no need to have a space for Europeans to talk to each other, because like Europe is just one thing and everybody's feeling great in that place. At least this is the impression I got sometimes. So I wanted to ask you, do you think as an ACE community or ASPEC community more widely, would it be profitable? No, profitable means money. Sorry, this is my bad English. Maybe also profitable, who knows? Would it be beneficial to try to work more together and communicate more across European borders, inside European borders, as ASPEC activists? I'm so sorry, my questions are much more longer than your answers. I am the problem is this panel, clearly. So, Nico, thank you.
I think it definitely would be beneficial, and it's also kind of happening on a smaller scale, because I'm from Slovakia. I mostly do my activities in Slovakia. Like I have gone to several discussions, or I was interviewed for a newspaper article a couple years back. But also I'm in regular contact with people from Czechia, from Czech queer organizations. I went there for a discussion once. I was invited this year as well. I'm not sure if I will be able to go. Depends on my university stuff, but this is happening. It might be because Czechia and Slovakia share very close history of having been countries having been one country up until 30-something years ago. But it definitely, and also we have very similar languages. Like when I go to Czechia, I speak in Slovak, and they are mostly okay with it, which isn't necessarily the case with other countries. Like okay, Germany and Austria, sure, but it's a minority of countries that would be able to do this so flawlessly, I guess. But it is happening on a smaller scale. It would definitely be good to have it on a larger scale. Like if there was a big Pride event where we would have like a Eastern European ACE panel where we, without technical difficulties and stuff like that, I don't know. I think it would definitely be beneficial. And I think it would also be doable. It just needs the right people to want to do that, I think.
I kind of agree with Nico. I think it does happen on a smaller scale, even from a Hungarian perspective. We have been collaborating with other ACE communities in Europe. But what I really think, like for us, and I guess it's the same for you as well, but correct me if I'm wrong, it's about resources. No one has money, no one has people, no one has time. That's it. That's it, really. We have people who are capable, who are enthusiastic, who would be able to do that. How do we find the time and the money and so on? So if we solve this issue, that would be a very big step in the right direction.
I don't think, it's pretty obvious that would be beneficial. So I will again tackle something else, because I think I disagree with you as a bit about the cause of this situation. I think what is to blame, what might be to blame, in my opinion, is the individualistic nature of capitalism, right? That is, I would say, more prevalent in European mentality, right? Because I might be doing the reductive thing now, but I feel like in Asia that you mentioned, for example, there is still much more of a communal spirit, right? So that may be the thing that causes us to like, for us to close ourselves in our bubbles, right? More than, of course, we all live under capitalism, right? It's not like it's just the Europe thing, but still, I think that might be one difference. And also the fact that I think it's still we are a bit further along, right? Yeah, I think so, because it started, the ACE activism started pretty much in Great Britain, right? So I think it's spread to Europe first, right? So our, not everywhere, of course, but we are somewhat maybe further along, and there isn't that much need for collaboration like in Germany, France, Italy, or Poland, because our organizations are bigger, right? So we are somewhat self-sustainable than the smaller organizations. So that also might be the thing that causes that lack of collaboration. But yeah, of course, it would be very good to work together. I'm very happy. Like the one thing that is did happen is today, right? And this stream and all of us coming together. So something did change, right? we managed
but you are bringing up this topic now at the end of our discussion, and we could talk about this for hours, and maybe like having a panel with Europe and Asia. And now you have given me so much food for thought. I'm not totally sure how much I agree with what you have said, but it's very exciting to think about.
Yeah, as I said, it's just like I'm not saying like it's some kind of capital T truth, right? Just what appeared in my mind when asked the question.
Well, unfortunately, I have to cut you off. Can we do this again next year and maybe take 1 hour and a half from the schedule? Because I think it's going to be better. I will try to find the money in some way. Anyway, that's my plan. So I will personally get the questions from the chat and send them to Victoria, Juno, and Nico. I'm sorry we have to cut this short. And I'll have to ask you had a lot of fans, I have to say. There's a lot of people in the stream right now. To move to the next stream where we're having wait, let me copy oh, amazing. There's still some tech people here. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's cross fingers. And while we cross fingers, I'll ask people to transition to the next link where we have the literature panel again this year with some surprises, some spooky surprises this year. And I really hope that we can do this again next year better. And I really hope that this Sunday brings good news and that the future holds good news. But I'm not that optimistic on that. Even Portugal failed to, like, even Portugal disappointed me. I didn't expect Portugal to disappoint me. So yeah, see you and thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
So I don't want to be this big on the screen. I see so many people here. Shoo, go away. Go away, go to the next link, go to the next part for the literature panel. Shoo. Still so many people here. Go away. I will be here for an additional moment to get all the questions. Okay, let's see. Yeah, thank you so much for getting the questions, Yael, and yeah, I will move to the next stream, but I think that like the next panel doesn't need hosting. They're self-sustainable, so there's no rush. I think I have starred most of the questions, but I'm not sure. I would check briefly again. So I will go there for tech support and see you soon.